Oh, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. It's been a while. Season 2 of Pariahs. Oh, god damn it. Out of all the things that I forgot to do, all of the things I forgot to do, was to get rid of the headphones and put the in-earbuds in. But, with that, everyone, thank you very much. Alright, give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I knew there would be some scuff. I knew it. It's been a while. I knew there'd be some scuff. So, let's quick... God damn it. You had one job, streamer. You had one job. There we go. Hello! We have returned. Pariahs Season 2. I'm gonna unmute because they're gonna give me some shit.
Who's guess?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear us? Got your ears in?
Okay, yes. Yes, I can. I knew there'd be one thing.
Have you got
Can you
ears?
hear us now?
Yeah, have you got your ears turned on, Grandpa?
I have.
Hey, there's some really nice cyberpunk alerts on there as well.
Let the ball busting begin.
Well, Solution deals with that. How
Go
about
on.
that new intro then?
It's a pretty badass intro, right, Chan? Just saying that. Honestly, I was just like, had to turn on up the volume all the way up and just bask in that. That was fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You know, who knew then that 6-month downtime? Nova Story would adopt what synthwave and shit.
God damn it.
It's all the
God
rage
damn
at
it.
court.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you let artificers into your game solution.
I know, man. Alright. We're done. We're back to normal.
Excellent.
Hey, look,
Excellent.
just leave me alone. It's been a while, and I forgot how to stream. I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
Well, yes. We'll have to give it a pass this time. We're jonesing here. We need a fix.
That's it. So, with that said and done, though, with all the slight scuff to one side, yes, new intro video. I hope you all enjoyed it. It was a labour of love spread over many sleepless hours, and there's also a fair few other changes that Season 2's brought. One, as you can probably tell, new portraits. 2, new overlay. A little darker, a little more unnerving. But with that said, shall we dive straight in?
Let's fucking go!
I forget how to do it, but fuck it.
We're all sitting here like the cat in the window, looking at the birds outside, chittering like hungrily. So yeah.
Yeah. All right. In that case, then, everyone, welcome back to Novostoya, a city perpetually shrouded in darkness, a place where the sun has not been seen for, at least at this point, by 2 generations. A magical curse has enveloped the entire region, ensuring that there is naught but eternal night that casts its eerie glow from the occasional bit of light that emanates from behind the dark clouds. Here, towering spires and ancient stone buildings dominate the skyline, their silhouettes stark against the ever-present twilight. And the streets themselves are lit by flickering torches and the occasional burst of magical light from overhead lanterns. It creates an atmosphere of both haunting and mesmerizing beauty. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and the faint metallic tang of blood, of iron, a constant reminder of the city's dark rulers. At the heart of Novostoya lie the 7 great noble houses. These, collectively known as the Crimson Court, a group of vampire overlords, each vying for power and influence. These houses, ancient and formidable, rule the city in an oppressive iron fist, their members possessing both immense wealth and terrifying power. Each house has its own agenda, and their rivalries shape the very fabric of Novostoya. The city's curse of perpetual night is both a blessing and a curse for its inhabitants. Whilst it provides the vampires and those beneath them an endless supply of darkness to thrive, it also casts a pall over the lives of the city's residents. These mortals live in constant fear, their lives dictated by the whims of their vampiric overlords, tyrannical militaristic guards, and other unscrupulous outfits that are found aplenty throughout the city. Yet, despite the danger, life goes on in Novostoya, with markets bustling with activity and taverns echoing with the sounds of laughter and music. Beneath the city, though, well, there lies a vast network of catacombs, tunnels, and caverns, remnants of an ancient civilization long forgotten. But the less said about the city below, the better. It is well known the origins of the Crimson Court. The vampires that rule over the city have their origin there. But perhaps there are also other, darker and more foreboding tales of what sleeps beneath. The city's history is rich with tales of heroism and betrayal, love and loss, all set against the backdrop of this ever-present eternal night. Novostoya continually straddles the line of morality, offering a glimpse into a world where the line between life and death is often blurred, and where the shadows hold secrets that have yet to be uncovered. With that said, though, everyone, welcome back to Pariahs Season 2. We'll pick things up 6 months from where we left off. That was a recap of the city for those who forgot what a beautiful, horrific
Shithole.
place, shithole, that our campaign is set in. But here we pick up in, or should I say beneath, a tavern. The tavern is the Baron's Folly. The Baron's Folly is the, at this point, rather impressive, well-known establishment outside of the city walls. For the last 6 months, business has been booming. And when business is booming, well, coin flows. And flows freely. In this space below the Baron's Folly, though, deep beneath the ground, to the sound of lutes, of harps playing, a cacophony of voices ring out, all shouting, screaming. A single voice, quite high in pitch, rings out from a high point at the back of this room. A small gnome. All right, everyone, place your bets, place your bets. We will have 2 strong fighters coming in, and, well, will they be? As this chorus begins to ring out from this gnome at the top, beneath him sat, rather boredly, is a large red dragonborn. Slinked over the chair, and beside him, 2 other individuals. It seems the atmosphere here is that of revelry, of gambling, bargains, business. But, well, this is not really why we're all here. Off to the side of the room, in a slightly raised area, away from prying eyes, is a group of individuals. Vanya, what do you look like? What are you doing?
Well, so Vanya's sitting there, peering out, watching the room. What she looks like is she's very. I would say her wardrobe has really improved since the last time that you have seen her. You know, she is very up on keeping herself pristine. So you're going to see that she is in a crisp attire that is very much, whenever she sits down, she has positioned it where, you know, no unintentional wrinkles would happen, you know, so it's going to be very much not like what the other room looks like. And it's yellow and very proper. And I would say probably regal is what she's going for.
Certainly eye-catching.
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
So with this
But
trim...
she's...
Sorry, go on. No, go on.
Go ahead. I was going to say, but you're going to see her more, sitting up with importance and confidence.
Glancing to the other side of the table is a rather lithe-looking gentleman. Garrett, what do you look like? What are you up to?
Well, you've hit the nail on the head there. Tall, lithe, almost a dancer's physique. But with the subtle air of danger to him. Ice blue eyes that just give people a chill when they get stared at. Cutting tongue. And almost an air of aloofness.
Certainly the very visage of a proprietor, a businessman. Next, leant up against the wall just behind Teresa. What do you look like? What are you up to?
Well, standing under the glow of the magical lighting, her hair has almost a blue cast to the very, very white blonde, and her eyes seem to glow like this icy white. You don't know if it's the lighting or if they do actually glow when she is staring intently, thinking about food. But her clothing is neat, crisp, seemingly casual, but all very well made, and she seems to give off the same sort of like aloof, but also keeping an eye on everything in the room and ready to strike at a moment's notice. And her posture is almost a protective hover over the gentleman sitting in the chair to her left.
Gentleman sat to her left. Who are you? What are you up to? What do you look like?
Cypher is taller than he once was. Probably more handsome than he once was, but odd. Especially if you look too closely or for too long, you'll notice he doesn't blink. He doesn't breathe. He just stares. You're not even sure if he's staring at you. It's like he's looking at something completely opposite. With his one beady, baleful eye. And his very, 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 very pale complexion. which even for novice Toya is very, very pale.
Are you dressed in the old rags of old?
No, he's draped in silken robes of purple, embroidered at the cuffs and down the legs, all down the front, cinched to the way with a nice leather belt, with what looks like a couple of empty glass potion bottles, like really high quality ones. They've got stencil and etching on them, and some odd sigils on each face, which kind of make your eyes hurt if you stare at them too long.
With that said, then, leaves one last looming individual sat at the center of the table. Dorian, who are you?
Yeah, that was me muted.
Glad to see it's not just me.
So, sat in the middle of the table between Vanya and Reza, which is probably for the best, all things considered, is a gentleman who is somewhat new to Lower Streets. Didn't have much call to come here a while back, despite being a bit more familiar than he appears. Just a hulking brute of a man who is exceptionally well groomed, does not look like they fit in the Lower Streets at all. They have somewhat plain clothes, but they are new. They look like they've been bought to fit in. Just knee-high leather boots, simple breeches, and his waist-length coat is slung over the back of the chair as he sits there with a mug of the drink of the day. And he doesn't have the same awareness that the others do. He's appraising things, but it's more like a bewilderment, and he is taking things in and enjoying himself a bit while just sitting there and looking things over. But unless something comes up and grabs his attention, he's not focusing on anything. And he's just tracing his eyes over the crowd and anything that's occurring in the arena that can be seen.
With that said, though, welcome back in, everyone. Oh, it's so good. It's so good to be back. As you are all sat just off to the side, today's topic of conversation seems to be the comings and goings, various business. And at this point, I, as the DM, am going to be that guy and say, who's going to kickstart this conversation off? There's a lot to talk about. A lot's happened. And this is probably the first chance you've all had in a while to step back from the machinations and plans and various other implementations that you've been trying to put forth.
Cypher will chirp up. He'll look up at Reza, who's kind of looming over him in a somewhat protective manner. He's going to go, "You're doing it again.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're doing that protective thing. Stop it."
I don't know what you're talking about. This is how I lean.
I'm not made out of china or porcelain. I'm not fragile like I used to be.
Reza will subtly adjust her posture.
Thank you.
Yes,
Anyway.
so great and powerful one.
Haha. Very funny.
Thank you, I do try.
How are the carvings coming along?
At this point, Reza will open up one of her hands and look down at the calluses she now has from spending the last few months, last probably 6 months, under the tutelage of Arabetha, learning how to carve stone. And then branching out into doing her own work. And she kind of rubs her fingertips across each other and feels the calluses and says, it's coming along quite well. I'm almost done with Vanya's commission.
Vanya's gonna hear her name and perk up and kind of lean over and look to see what they're talking about.
Statues, Vanya. Statues.
Yes. Yes. Have you seen my statue?
It's not done yet. I haven't shown anyone but you, because you come in and check on it every other half hour.
Yes. Oh, you have to see it. I feel like Reza has captured the essence of who I am. It's as if she's frozen a moment in time. A reflection of my spirit. And just to think, we're going to share these with others. These are going to go in my buildings, and now they can experience my positive presence and
Wait, what do you mean these? What do you... I thought you just wanted one. I've only made one.
Well, I was going to see how the first one went, and then, I want one in every single one of my Sisterhood's buildings. It's truly a gift.
A gift for who?
My Sisterhood and our members.
And Reza gives out this just long suffering sigh.
Perhaps it'd be better to only have one. Just have whichever one be in your favor, let them compete, see who can steal the statue back and forth.
Oh. We could start it in the headquarters.
Be a team-building adventure.
Breeds competition and rivalry. That would be good for everyone, wouldn't it? I'm sure nothing bad would come of that.
That could be, it could be their incentive to increase the numbers. Oh, Dorian, I'm going to have to invite you to the Sisterhood to kind of explain this competition. Oh, it's such a good idea.
You did that to yourself, big brother. You did that to yourself.
The sisters and I don't, probably for the best if I don't go there. For reasons, I have my reasons.
Okay, but you're all right with me taking that idea and running?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, okay. Yes. Just like, what is it? The game children play where they have to steal their bit of cloth back and forth, like that. Just heavier. Much heavier.
Yes, so if this thing is going to be mobile and not a permanent installation, I'm going to have to make some adjustments to the design.
Oh, no, don't make it mobile. Just make it not secured to the floor. That's on them.
I could make it mobile. We could turn it into a totally different game, if you know what I mean.
Well, it's a bit top-heavy at the moment, Reza says, shooting a derisive glare towards Vanya.
Are you saying my head's big?
It's exactly what I was going to say.
I'm saying some of the design elements you asked me to enhance in stone make it slightly top-heavy.
That's how they'll prove their devotion. It'll be difficult to move.
Well, I don't want anything changing on it so that it's more because it is perfect as is right now. And then it might destroy the essence of what I'm trying to send out.
Well, it should be done in a few more days. I just have to finish the polishing, and I'll let you know when it's ready to move in.
So what? Did she tell you she wanted somewhere between patron saint and barmaid?
More to the latter, with the
Wait.
word busty in front of it.
So let me explain.
Oh, yes, do go on. Explain.
Our Lady
your-
of Mercy, the Dairymaid.
So I'm trying to grow our audience, right?
Oh,
And
good. That's where you went with that.
so, you know, I'm trying to appeal to a broader audience, is all that I'm saying. Right now, we are, pretty proficient in a certain type of audience. And now we want all. We want all to have a beacon of hope, right?
Yes.
Or two, in this case.
Yes, two large, shapely beacons.
Expanding the audience from the desperate and the zealous to the lustful. There are many of those. I'm sure it'll be a hit.
I'm feeling very judged right now, but I don't think you guys see the true impact that this is going to make on those.
No, I can appreciate it. Sound strategy.
Well, I hope it doesn't make an impact. One of those things could take an eye out. No offense, Cypher.
Launch it from a trebuchet to bring down a building.
Oh my goodness, they're covered, guys.
You wanted them covered?
What?
I'm joking. I'm joking. They're covered.
Oh. Reza just left her speechless there. She didn't know what else to say.
Enough about memories. How are the sisters doing, Vanya? I haven't seen you much.
Well, let me tell you, Cypher. We stand at the precipice of a new era of our sisterhood.
I instantly regret asking you.
So, everybody hold on to your chairs, because as you know, we have expanded our reach across many districts, right? But our
Reza
journey-
puts a hand on Cypher's shoulder and her other hand on Dorian's shoulder and just closes her eyes and braces herself. Because she's heard this every single time Vanya has come to look at the statue. Sorry, Jump, go ahead.
No, it's okay. But our journey doesn't end here. Our next frontier is Coinflow, a district teeming with potential. So, and she does her hands like just kind of doing a vision. Let us envision a sisterhood that is not merely a refuge for those seeking optimism, but a beacon of hope for all, like we were talking about with the statue, right? So a sisterhood that offers the fulfillment of dreams and relentless support and mentorship of positiveness. Now, to achieve this, we have expanded our offerings, making them more appealing to a wider audience, not just my statue and my bust. Consider the love potions and antidotes.
The what?
Yes, I've been working with my cauldron, transforming it into a crucible of creativity and innovation. And let me tell you, even burnt offerings can teach valuable lessons about heat control, and I am proficient.
I was wondering where some of my bottles had gone to, but go on.
Now, not only are we providing love potions, but we're providing the antidotes to those as well in the event that the potions fall into the wrong hands. We're also offering a forbidden finger that holds untapped power.
The hands clamp down on the shoulders.
Does
Go on, Dorian.
I just Does our dwarf friend know that you're hinging in on his business? I don't think he'd take kindly to that.
Are you talking about, like, he has a forbidden finger?
Oh, he has the lotus. Are we talking about something different?
We may be talking about something different, but here's the deal.
That's
More
fair.
than
I
one.
wasn't listening.
Yeah.
Speaking of coin flow, Garrett, I have found a perfect location for my shop. So I plan to start pursuing the rental of that facility in the coming days.
In the
Marvelous.
district.
Coin flow.
And when you say perfect, you mean the only one they'd sell you, right?
No. I don't know if they're going to rent it to me yet, but it's tucked away in a corner. It's small, and there's only one window that will require decorating with displays, and it's perfect. And there's also a back door onto an alley that, super convenient. And
Have
it's
they hung a
close to the
gibbet from it?
canals. What was that?
Have they hung a gibbet from it? You know they keep people in cages there.
No,
Lawbreakers and such.
no.
I have fond memories.
No. This is sort of slightly out of the way, close to the canal. But still, close enough to the main traffic flow. I feel very confident, that once opened and staffed properly, we'll get a steady flow of business.
Well, what street is it on? Because I'm looking for a building for my sisterhood, too.
Choose your words wisely.
Now, Vanya, if anything, you'd want somewhere on the main street, not off the beaten path. After all, you want people to see it and see the sisters. Probably not anywhere near where Reza would set up for just commerce.
Well, maybe there's a building next door.
I don't recall the name of the street at the present time.
Good point, Dorian. Good point.
As he says this, he's doing his best to not look over or make eye contact. He's just looking at everything else.
Can I also point out that I also am providing unique brews from our very own brewery, and also offering up the rare herbs that Garrett cultivates.
Did you did you talk to Farmore without telling us?
Well, I've been visiting the brewery because I've been honing my own skills with my cauldron, right? And I've learned about heat control and adding herbs and how to make its own unique taste. Although I can't quite get Francis's burnt stew taste out of whatever it is that I'm making. But at the brewery, I've been teaching them on heat control and changing and adding and
Reza's just 2 fingers from each hand just start rubbing her temples, and she just, I'm not. No, this is fine. I just hope whatever you're doing falls within the bounds of what we've agreed to pay him for. Because you're going to be responsible for any overages.
That's okay. That's okay. The Sisterhood can cover it.
So we have overflow of herbs, do we now, Garrett? Enough to hand off to Vanya, at least.
the yield has been quite good. What with the help of my friend.
Still talking to him, are you?
Oh, yes. Although words aren't really as necessary anymore.
Interesting.
Garrett, I have to ask. Are you relieved to see that Vanya's enterprise with the sisters has taken off and has its own coffers to pull from now?
Yes. All the financing I did in the early days, it started to bear fruit.
You know, it occurs to me that you have quite a knack for planting a seed and having it grow pretty well with everything. And then he's going to look over at Vanya. Wouldn't you say?
Yes, the benefactor has definitely blossomed our enterprise. And she's just gonna look at Garrett.
And Dorian's going to go back to sipping out his mug.
Garrett's just gonna sit there with the most innocent expression ever on his face.
It's
So, oh, sorry.
no, go on, Garrett. Okay, in that case, then it's at this moment, Garrett, that you would see from your position a man starting to approach you. He seems to be wearing almost like a black suit. Granted, it's frayed towards the bottom where his boots cut in. Very much a man who's trying to portray a higher self-worth than perhaps he has, but his eyes are currently locked on you, Garrett, as he begins to stride up. Big grin, and as he approaches, Mr. Blackthorn, it was good to finally see you here.
And how can I help you today, good sir?
Well, and he looks around at Cypher, Reza, Dorian, and Vanya, and offers them a polite nod in greeting. Sort of tips the brow of his hat. Well, as you are well aware, there's meant to be a bit of a scuffle. I just wanted to just ask if you had any advice, or you perhaps knew who was what Madame Bonebreaker's brought today.
I believe she's brought one of her new prospects to train against something different.
And and he quickly taps a pouch hung on his belt while staring at you intently, Garrett. So one would assume that the Madame Bonebreaker's gladiator may be the safer bet, yes?
Do believe you've had a modicum of training, where the others are a bit more on the wild side.
The man offers a huge grin at that and once again bows his head towards you, Garrett. Looks to the rest of the group and does the same. Well, in that case, if you'll excuse me, I believe the fighting is soon to start, and Mr. Starchaser! As he takes the coin from his belt, he begins to make his way towards the race platform near the ring.
Ah, yes. Wretches.
Customers, Cypher.
Yes, I know.
Hmm.
But not to their face. Hey, Dorian.
Mm-hmm.
The wretched are the lifeblood of lower streets. Couldn't get by without them.
Sounded like a politician there, Dorian.
We'll keep them happy. Happy and better off than they would be without. And that should be enough.
An amused
Definitely.
mob is a happy mob.
Exactly. Know how to direct them and keep them happy and compliant, and you can move the world, seemingly. At least here in our little bubble.
Of all the things that have grown since my return, Dorian, you have grown the most. A far cry from the little boy I knew.
Well, you know, it's amazing how once you get free of something, you grow to your new environment.
I do
Lack
like
of
it.
strings. Yes.
Yeah.
And Dorian's going to look over directly at Cypher now and just kind of glance over. You say that, but same could be said of you.
I am what I made of myself.
Then just casually glancing to the others. I think it could be said of all some way.
And what have you, Cypher? What have you been amusing yourself with?
Oh, this and that. Little bit of study. Starting to get quite the collection now. If you just wait till the coroner's not watching, you'd be surprised at what books he'll let you take. I've been transcribing them, so I have my own collection. It's less noticeable that I've been taking them then. 20 in all so far, although the ink stains never go away, and he looks at his fingers.
You're stealing now.
Borrowing, I put them back afterwards, my dear Vanya. There's a difference.
And you don't think he knows?
No, he absolutely knows. He's the coroner. This is absurd.
He simply isn't concerned.
Exactly. There's a difference.
It probably amuses him.
Do you check him in? Like, check him in, check him out?
It's
Date time? Is there a
not,
limit?
not that formal.
Hmm.
Though I have to say, so for the one you've sent me to copying now is very dry, even for Abyssal.
Well, yes. Abyssal isn't exactly the most poetic of languages, now is it?
No, it's not.
Dorian mutters a little bit, just looking. Well, not that any of these languages spoken here are particularly pretty, although, what is it, the language of the forest? He's looking between Garrett and Reza a bit. That sounds
Sylvan?
melodic.
Yes. Even the swear words sound like poetry in Sylvan.
Cypher swears in Sylvan. They do, don't they?
It's beautiful.
And then Garrett says in a completely alien language, certain languages sound much nicer than others.
Can I ask Reza, Dorian, Vanya, and Cypher to make me a perception check, please?
My favorite.
Oh, holy shit.
That was a natural 20.
It was indeed. Reza, you are the only person who would hear a slight rustling. And as you glance up around the rocks that protrude out of the side of the arena, you would see several vine-like appendages just begin to work their way down, stretch out towards Garrett, before then turning their attention to you and then retracting back towards the ceiling. Whilst you wouldn't understand the words spoken, this is definitely something Elias can understand.
Just...
And very quickly, since it's been 2 months, Elias is the awakened blackthorn growth that basically encompasses the entire lower region of the Baron's Folly Tavern. Think of it like a giant ent that can't really move, but has worked his way into every nook and cranny possible where a vine could get. Garrett, do continue.
Well, I'm glad your studies are going well.
And the extra bottles are helping with Sal, yes?
Very much so.
Oh, good.
Sadly, the road only seemed to deal in bulk.
Yes, well, we only had 900 of them. We could have had 1,000 if not for that damn doctor knocking over a big stack and smashing them all. We will have to add that to his tab, by the way.
Oh dear, he's never going to clear that. Those bottles are so expensive.
Yes, some of them are crystal. Cost gold.
What's his tab up to now?
$15 gold, 75 silver, and 27 copper.
That's a lot. Has he made any payments over the last 6 months?
Oh, he's done so many dirty jobs.
We basically own him.
In fact, I've been renting him out to Dwen for cleaning and carrying him.
Speaking of, she's having a whale of a time across the pit.
At the far end of the fighting pit, you see Dwen stood at a table, 2 tankards in each hand, and you just hear this, "Yay! Go on! Bring out the fighters! I am ready!"
She's drunk again.
When isn't she? But her workmanship has been amazing.
So, before you carry on, let's take a brief moment to have a quick glance around the pit, shall we? So, apart from we've got the pit itself. On either side, there's a few wooden steps that allow people from the top to get down, or also to be moved aside to allow people entry from small walkways below. At the very top, we have the raised podium where the fight announcer stands. At this point, it's Vern with his little drum to bang. We have the champions' chairs, or seating reserved for nobility, high payers, VIPs. Usually it's Skarn. He just sits there. Skarn is kind of the the guardian of the pit, the champion. If anyone gets out of hands, or if there's any issues, he's the one who typically is tasked or paid to jump in and sort out any problems. After that, down yonder, we have the bar. The door to the left is the secure access to the undercroft, typically locked at all times. The new bar itself with the dark... What wood was it, Garrett, that you had commissioned?
Was it Black Willow?
I think it was Black Willow, yeah.
Yeah.
And the wood used for the decking was collected by the Chronicles crew in episode 1. Now, granted, this is one of those bars where Dwen started making it pretty nice, then realised, oh shit, I'm running out of time, so she had to start slamming bits together. So it goes from really, really posh to this is a bit slapdash.
That'll do.
Yeah. After that, a small corner at the bottom for a certain Dragonborn to read his books, and of course we then head over towards the lower right, which is the main entrance. This leads to a tunnel that extends beneath lower streets to a separate building where people are vetted before stepping into the pit. But yeah, really, that's the main points of the fighting pit, and I imagine we're going to see a fair bit more of this place in the near future, as this is, for want of a better word, the heart and soul of your money-making empire.
More money, more money.
Absolutely.
The house always wins.
It does, and do you know what? We'll take a brief respite from the talks of business in the corner, as you hear Dwen shout out, "Let the fight begin!" The voices in the room begin to grow louder. Cheers, claps, the clinking of wooden tankards echo as several fighters begin to step out from behind the wooden slatted doors. The first, two individuals, seemingly set in heavy chainmail armor, a few plated pauldrons and other accents over them. One, a great axe in hand as he raises it high. The other, a little bit more lithe. It seems to be a female who clangs her sword and shield together. It's at that moment where, from the announcers, or at least from the VIP chairs, this rough, haughty voice from Madame Bonebreaker rings out. These two are my finest fighters, or at least you will be when this is all over, I hope. Yes? Good. Good. Notice them, ladies and gentlemen, those gathered, that these two fighters here are promising. Yes, very promising. I'm not sure what the handler has brought today, but I assure you that whatever beast he has brought will be laid low by those gathered. The chorus of voices begins to rise in fervour before the gentleman, slightly older man. You notice several scars across his face. He is in full plate armour, a whip at his side, missing an eye. He's got an eye patch, and he just scoffs. You three who are coming out, remember, you fight well, and there will be a great feast. May even let you see your families for a bit. Stepping out from behind the door are three goatkin. Oh. Everyone roll me an animal handling check, please. Or a history. No, animal handling or history, whichever you prefer. Kim Reza's seen all the things. Cypher doesn't have a clue. Makes sense.
Cypher doesn't care.
Dorian, not certain. Nor is Vanya. So, Reza, Garrett, Goatkin are rare. Or at least have been rare for the last 20 or 30 years. They typically were inhabitants of the stillborn forest. Until they became a little bit too hungry for food, for land, and about 40 years ago, the court sent out what can only be described as an extermination army that just combed through the stillborn forest and butchered the vast majority of the goatkin. So the fact that the handlers managed to bring a few in to a fighting pit certainly would bring in a fair bit of coin and interest for these supposed myths, stories told to children at night to keep them from exploring outside the city.
Yeah, Reza definitely heard those stories as a child.
Mm-hmm. As the fighters begin to step into the ring, you hear from the back Vern, who at this point seems to have a multitude of small pouches, stacks of coin on a barrel next to him. All right, everyone. Well, it seems that the fighters are now here and ready to begin. So, bets have all been placed. He grabs a stick, twirls it in his hand, grins widely. Fighters, gladiators, on the sound of the drum, you may begin. And as he goes to strike the drum, we'll call a quick break.
Good show. I need to pay.
Y'all.
We'll call a quick BRB there for a refill and a pee break. Cheers, does. Appreciate it. All right, folks, we will be but a moment. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Oh. Cheers, dude. I fucking love Cacophony's quotes. Comes out with the most unhinged things out of context that we've said over the years.
Delightful.
Oh. Alright. Are we waiting on anyone?
Quite possibly.
Quite possibly. It's nice to see after 2 months we've just rolled straight back into it. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Really, Asgear? Come on, mate. Out the green screen or in? What you doing? 2 seconds. Alright. Reza, Dorian, you guys good?
Just returned, yes.
Perfect. I'm just waiting to see whether the cat's going to destroy everything. No, I think we're good. No, never mind. Alright.
Famous last words.
Yeah. So. I had a pen, but I don't anymore. In that case, we'll get rid of the banner. Boop. Back into the fighting pit.
Back.
Welcome back. As things begin to heat up, the crowd starts to chant, clap their tankards on whatever surface, either against another tankard or onto the railings around the arena. The fighters begin to glance around the 2 Bonebreaker gladiators grinning beneath their helms. The 3 Goatkins are a little bewildered. This is certainly not an environment that they're used to. And this is very much the dichotomy between Novostoya. You have business upper class on one end, and then on the other, blood sports. So, what I'm going to ask for, let's see if this works, shall we? Let's try something new.
Watch out, chat. He's gonna do a thing.
I'm going to do a new thing. I'm going to do a new thing after I let this cat out so he doesn't destroy my carpet.
Cursed feline.
Busted.
So. Bam, 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 bam. I'm not sure I can do a straight custom formula. Yeah. Ba 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 ba, the pit.
Oh, that's so cool.
So, if you would all click the roll and give me some numbers, please.
Man, I'm rolling just like a fucking champ today.
Wait, so it's
Wait, I'm clicking it. Do I do it at disadvantage or
No,
advantage?
just click the
Just
middle.
click the middle one.
Straight in the middle.
Okay, I am.
I'll do it.
I had trouble with it too. It finally went though.
Watch it go like 6 times.
Oh, yours already went. You out of 27.
Oh, okay.
It did. 27. That'll do. I'll close it down. So, the way this works, the highest, normally it would give us a nice little da-da, but again, new things, it's buggy. Highest would be
Garrett, by a
Garrett,
fucking country mile.
by a mile. So, Garrett, you are currently in charge of this Bonebreaker gladiator with the great axe.
Nice.
followed by Dorian, who is the other Bonebreaker fighter with the sword and shield. Lowest then would go to Reza, so you are the top goatkin, this sort of blue-hued one.
I
Cypher,
wanted to be a goat so
you
bad.
are a goat. Oh, god damn it. Cypher, you are the middle greenish goatkin, and last but not least, Vanya, you are in control of this reddy pink goatkin at the bottom.
That's the one that I wanted anyways, because it's dual wielding, so...
If you would all be so kind as to roll the initiative. So whilst Vanya, Reza, Cypher, Dorian, and Garrett are continuing their business discussions in the corner, the rest of the room is currently spectating this fight between Madame Bonebreaker. Well, should I say Olivette Beaumont, also known as Madame Bonebreaker, her gladiators, and Augustus, also known as the Handler. The first goatkin. Vanya. What happens? What does your goatkin do? Bear in mind, at this point, the roar of the crowds echoing around the chamber. Everyone's clapping, chanting. What are you doing?
Well, I feel like it would be in their nature because they have no idea what the hell's going on. They're just gonna run in, target this individual,
Yeah.
and see
Start
if there's
swinging.
anything special. Start swinging. So, it's going to. Once per turn can deal an extra. Okay, so it's gonna need a throw.
Yeah. I was going to try and throw.
No,
What's it throwing?
you've got axes.
Yeah, one of
right.
its axe, but it's
Alright.
gonna be like straight up, like right on the person, and like trying to throw it at its head.
All right.
Ooh.
I'm going to give... so who's in control of the Bonebreaker fighter?
That would be me.
Excellent. So as this goat begins to run in, it throws its axe towards the fighter. I'm going to give you a free attack back against it, but you can deflect it. What happens? That's a crit fail. In fact, no, it's not a crit fail. It's just normal fail. Oh, no, I'm lying. Sorry. On my end, a lot of things have changed since we've moved to a new version of Foundry. I saw a big red X. I thought that was a crit fail. It's not.
Double X is crit fail, right?
Double X is crit fail. Yeah, sorry, Matt Smart. So no, apologies. As the goat begins to sprint in, you throw the axe. It hits the shield and just bounces off. I need to learn the new version of Foundry and D&D. You've not got any other further actions, so with that, the Gladiator, which I believe, Garrett, you're currently in control of that one.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
I'm running down to back up my mate.
Alright. You just hear Vern in the background. Oh no, axe is thrown, easily deflected. Well, that leaves the stupid goat with just one weapon. Oh, and his friend's starting to move in. The great axe comes down. Hits.
Yeah.
Roll damage. That's not bad. It's not bad. The axe comes down just... So go on.
Because
Its friends nearby. Yep. The goatkin, not seeing the blow coming in, is struck by the axe. Cutting a chunk out of its arm, the crowd begins to shout wildly, whooping, clapping as the first blood is drawn. With that, though, next goatkin goes to Cypher.
With a scuff of his hoofs and a bleat. He's going to charge in behind the gladiator with the big axe.
All right.
Target him. And then he's going to hit him with his sword.
His sword. So the
That's a
strike
natural
of
one.
The Bonebreaker Gladiator immediately just hears the clatter of hooves on wood and sand, spins round. Garrett, what's your gladiator going to do? I'm going to give you a free attack.
Oh yeah, I'm going to backswing the axe straight up.
With first blood drawn and the seconds coming in, just to fall on the axe of... Oh, it's a bloodbath down there. An absolute massacre. 14's a hit. The gnome commentator from the tops, Vern's just almost hoisting himself on his barrier as he's pointing down towards the fight. All right. Reza, what's your goatkin doing?
So with the like a scuffling of his hooves and a he charges in right up in the face of this gladiator right here and just overhead swings down on him like, "You hurt my friend!"
Send it.
Ditch.
16's a hit. Just.
No, it isn't. It's my AC.
Oh, you're right. It is. Yeah, your AC is 16. So yeah, that's not.
No, it is. Meets it, beats it.
It does. Yes, D&D meets it, beats it. Yeah, we're not playing Cyberpunk.
D&D, not Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
But I get that advantage though. And
Yeah,
I forgot
Except
to roll an advantage.
he just parried the fuck out of it. So.
But if I get a natural 20...
Yep. Roll. Well, so basically, so as you do get it with advantage because why do you get it with advantage?
Because
of
gang up.
correct. Yep. So roll another normal attack, and we'll go for the highest one. So his AC is in. Never mind.
Okay, so he parried.
Creature adds 2 to its AC.
Okay. So
his
it
AC
does
would-
not hit.
It does not hit. So with that, Vern's like, oh, and here comes the last goat with the great axe, swings in and clatters away, easily parried. Oh, Madame Bonebreaker, your fighters, oh, well, you played them down. Last, we have Desmond. What's your fighter doing?
You did it again!
That's fine. Gonna
I did it again, Dorian. God damn it.
So the
Oh.
Bonebreaker fighter with the sword and scimitar is going to attack the formerly dual-wielding goatkin. And he's going to use skilled.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go into use item because it's defaulted to his dagger. And we're attacking with the scimitar.
All right. So if you hit, you deal some extra damage.
2d6. Oof.
15's enough to hit the goatkin. The scimitar swings true. Buries itself into the chest of the goatkin. Roll damage and skilled.
Damage and damage.
Oh, no. That goat is looking incredibly wounded. As the scimitar cuts into it, you just hear Vern go, oh, and it's a mortal blow. Oh, God. Can it survive any more than that? Blood spatters across the wood, across the sands of the arena floor, and the goat begins to recoil back. And this is all well and good. This is exactly why the people of the pit came here, to bet on these fights. But, well, business continues. What's happening over with you guys?
Man, I was ready.
You get us all riled up with the blood in the pit, and then you're like, don't talk business again, guys.
Mm-hmm. Don't
Dorian
worry.
is kind of
There's
like
more,
poking
there's
his
more
head
to
up,
come.
trying to peek and like see what's going on. Because as they come to this side of the pit, it becomes harder to see them. So he's just kind of catching little flashes of weapons held aloft and things like that. And just drinking and sitting back. Well, you know, the fact he has 3 of those things tells me you think there might be an infestation cropping back up out in the woods.
Taste.
What?
Possibly.
Did you just say taste?
Reza has sort of been, as the like tendrils of blood scent waft through the air, she's just been kind of like like someone would enjoy the bouquet of a wine. She's just been kind of like breathing in the blood. This is her favorite part of the pit fighting. Did I say taste? Yes.
You did.
Sorry.
No doubt you meant a tasteful choice of gladiator or something.
You might have been drooling too.
Shut up. And she kind of wipes at her mouth just in case, because no, she doesn't know. And she just kind of leans against Dorian to kind of like close her posture in and hide her features a little bit from the rest of the room, as she's kind of like enjoying the blood sport a little too much, because she's probably hungry.
At this,
Probably
all
something-
eyes would certainly be on the pit. This is the highlight of the evening. You know, granted, it is still a quiet night, but even from your position, you can see, you know, occasionally Vern would have flashed you a big toothy grin, 2 thumbs up. Money's certainly been flowing.
So, changing the subject of Reza's dietary needs, what have you been doing, Dorian? And what are you up to at the moment? Because you've been awfully coy recently.
Oh, yes, you know, the man of the people. Yeah, that's me. You know, after Thomas passed, trying to get vying for governor has been, let's just say, a unexpected bit of hassle.
Hassle? How so?
Well, turns out that the powers that be really do not want simple, how to put it, not vagrants, but they just don't like the wayward sons of well-to-do, or perhaps once well-to-do merchants stepping into positions of any amount of power, it appears. It's almost as though they don't trust people.
Yes.
Shame.
Any opposition?
Before you answer that question, Dorian, roll me a history check, please, with advantage. Advantage.
25.
25. So, one thing that you will have learnt during your time trying to become governor is that one of the nobles of the Crimson Court, a House Sandoval, supposedly have control over the slums. And with the downfall of Thomas Verbecht, Jonathan, whatever his name may be, the king of the streets, Normally, Sandoval are very hands-off when it comes to the slums, but they have put someone forward in an attempt to at least appear to be doing their duty.
Some straw man put forth by the court. I don't think too much of them, but we all know that things don't work here by any form of actual democracy, so we'll see how this goes.
Options? Apart from outright killing the man?
Well, I'm a man of the people, as I said. I'm here. People can see me. I'm participating in their favorite sports. I speak to the people in the streets. I resist the urge to scorch any of them for their grievances. And I think that I stand a good chance. All I need to do is... Actually, we've made this entire quarter the safest it's ever been. Outside of that, I think I have a good platform to run for. I just have to keep pushing. You know, if I make myself the easy option, they'll no doubt go for it.
You could, you know, the Sisterhood has a pretty good pull.
Spread the word, Vanya. Dorian is a man of the people, and he's endorsed by the folly, no less.
But they would be willing to hear, I'm certain, your plans, and maybe do as Cypher said to spread the word.
Well, if your sisters could vote, and if they qualified, I suppose they could, but I can see using that and the stability of lower streets to make reaching into other quarters a little bit easier.
Think beyond just the Sisterhood. We have members aplenty.
That is true. Well, if you need to tell your sister something, just say that we are going to be able to spread the message of positivity further with the assistance of the governor's seat, if I'm elected.
So, in order for me to spread your seed among my Sisterhood,
Why?
I don't like how you said that.
I think it would be best if you had a standing with them. So I will arrange that for you. And invite some of the
How about
members.
this, Dorian? I'll run PR with Vanya's lot while you get on to more important things.
Well, there's the matter of trying to wrangle the wealth of our dear old father's estate. See if we can use that for backing. A little bit more reputation and a little bit more pedigree would certainly help. Anything will help.
Well-
Is he likely to just hand it over?
No.
Well, if you need to have a female on your arm at any point, I can play the part, be charming. I promise I won't bite, unless you want me to. Not you, but like, you know, killing people who might be in your way, that sort of thing. And she's like whispering this, like whispering this in close to his ear, so it's like not broadly heard beyond their group.
Even so,
There's a level... Go ahead.
sorry, go on. No, go for it.
There's a level of delicacy that needs to be had in these dealings. You know, paper, blood and ink clash very frequently, so you have to be very careful.
Rosa leans back and just looks at him and is like, are you implying that I have ever been indelicate?
I'm implying that tearing someone's throat out might not be the only way to get there.
It's a
Or-
last resort.
It is. It is. And,
And with
Dorian
respect
looks
to
at the...
ink,
Go ahead, sorry.
Go on, Garrett.
all kinds of documents could be found.
You know, that is actually something I was going to bring up. You know, good old Uncle Thomas Verbecht. Let's call him Uncle Verbecht. That sounds better than the former. Perhaps a little bit of communique back and forth on paper there would... After all, it would be in everyone's best interest if I simply carried on his legacy as he would have it for the better of lower streets.
He groomed you personally for the role, did he not?
Just something like that, you could say. After all, it was his influence that pulled me up out of the gutter and saw me the man I am today, instead of a wastrel spending all their time the Lotus. Not that that's a bad thing, just there's more productive things to be doing.
Very relatable.
A true story of reformation.
That's right. A story of redemption, the same as the redemption of lower streets from the muck and filth under the watch of, well, and he looks over at Garrett.
I just give a little nod. Leave it with me.
You know, Vanya.
Hmm?
And Reza gets like this evil look on her face. Dorian's story of redemption could make an excellent inspirational story for your sisters to share as part of the PR effort.
Yes, I mean, because, the true measure of power is not in wealth or status, but in the positive impact that you make on the world and how you pulled your bootstraps up, right?
Yes, and then
Precisely.
he'd never have to talk to them in person.
So, just
How
for quick clarity, Vanya, it's been 6 months. How is the Sisterhood faring? How many members does the Sisterhood have in total?
Oh, man. You would ask her that, and I know
I
she
would.
wrote it down somewhere.
Yeah.
So, she had originally started...
Oh, I hear the notes turning.
and they are nowhere to be found, so let's just wing-a-ding-ding it. So originally she had started out with, I think it was 150 in the Sisterhood, and then has increased to, I think it was 500. Would that be accurate?
Right. So, overall, the amount of individuals, including both sisters and clerical staff, would be around about 500-600 people, spread through lower streets, Market Row, Polter, Piker. Some even venturing into far, into the slum districts, and some of the outskirts, such as Malmstown and Khartov. So yeah, at this point, the amount of actual staff or believers is close to 600. As for your reach, you're easily looking at 1,000, 2,000 plus who have started to maybe not embrace positivity, but it's on their periphery. They're gaining interest. Let the cult begin.
And it has and they've taken over really a lot of the districts that we had already been in, the Pica, the Polta, and the intent is to spread into the other areas and in so many words, spread world peace at whatever
So-
cost.
With that said, though, what do the Sisterhood do? What's their agenda? How have they spread as much as they have?
So, going back to how they were originally set up, so they go out and they inspire individuals' dreams. So they ask them, what is it what's your utmost desire? And they create contracts that ultimately come back to Vanya to make those dreams happen. So they give something up for those contracts, and that has blossomed into the numbers that Solution had just said. Yeah.
As an example, let's say a family out in Malmstown we're desperate for a high yield crop growth, or for food to put on the table. What sort of things would the Sisterhood provide to make that dream, that contract, come true?
Well, so for a high yield crop, they may provide the confidence that they could go out and commandeer the seed, or maybe provide some hands if they are lacking to harvest the crop, to meet their deadlines with that.
Excellent.
And that's a lot of the things that they can provide. So much more. They get creative with it, of course.
So it's almost like the Sisters at this point have become helping hands to those who need it to, in a roundabout way, make their dreams come true.
Yes, and also a lot of it is instilling the confidence in the individual, because what we're seeing in our industry is a lack of confidence to pursue your own dreams.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fear there.
Absolutely. So we've got images now of a small group of sisters sowing mushroom, handfuls of mushroom spores in a dead field. All right.
Whatever
it takes. So at least that gives us an idea of how the name of the Sisterhood of the Rose Cross is starting to... how people in the city are starting to take notice of them. They're actively out there helping people, and in their own way making their dreams come true.
They built a lot of trust.
Absolutely, like all good cults do.
Exactly.
So with that clarification, so this is the part now where I'm going to start jumping in and questioning you all on how you've got to where you are now with what you've got. So with this conversation of the Sisterhood now starting to peter out in ways that they could help Dorian's campaign. Dorian, how did you get into politics in the first place? How did you get to the point where you are now in a position to run as governor of Lower Streets?
Well, if you all turn your eyes back a ways, we left just after a completely unforeseeable and entirely accidental event had Thomas Verbeck drop dead in the street. Well, specifically drop out a window dead in the street.
Correct, yeah. He dropped. He died, fell out of a window.
Yeah, he
Let's not go too far back.
Got death noted, basically. Leaving us with our pawn that we had spent literally months putting in place.
It's your own fault.
Sure, it was. Yeah, so it was entirely nobody's fault, except for Vanya's.
Except for
but we're
Vanya's,
moving on.
yeah.
Yeah, we're going to overlook that. So we needed a new person to be there, and that was part of how formerly Desmond decided to try to adopt a new persona and just be able to step up for that, because clearly we can't trust anybody else to make good decisions and not get themselves murdered at every turn somehow, even if it's entirely not their fault. You know, the world's a dirty place. We need a more resilient individual for it. So, after coming into his new vessel, Dorian, as it was agreed upon, and now he has to follow that because it was a deal, has cleaned himself up from the previous just constant drinking and whoring and running up bills, and has had a bit of a conversation with the person that he formerly owed a bunch of money to. So that being paid off, he has instead been basically trying to... He's been claiming fairly openly that Verbeck is somehow a relative, and he was mentoring him, and he was explaining his vision for lower streets. Obviously, it's all bullshit, but he's trying to make it sound as the best it possibly can. He's been spinning a lot of yarns.
Absolutely.
He has also been trying to get an audience with his father. So, as formerly, the former occupant of the vessel, his father is a merchant of some renown, not especially high, but the family name still has a bit of
cachet.
Yeah, they're not the premier merchants. They're not quite nobles, but he's been, because of his former behavior, he's kind of on the outs. He's been trying to work his way back in, and he's trying to get an audience with the father and potentially his younger sister, who has basically been put as the inheritor of things if anything should happen to their father, because...
What's the father and the sister's name, Dorian?
The father's name is Joffrey, and the sister's name is...
You just said Joffrey.
Joffrey, like G-E-O-F-F-R-E-Y.
I instantly hate him.
Geoffry, yep.
Yep, well, E-Y.
Surname?
It's the same as...
Yeah, it's the same as...
I don't know, it's... I had it here in the... It looks like it got cleared.
It did.
Okay.
Can anyone
our
remember...
journal's been cleared.
Journal's been cleared since the new version of Foundry. I can probably restore it, so that won't be a problem. So, sister's name.
Sister's name is...
Oh, this is rare that normally with the DM, it's like, oh, DM, what's this NPC's name? I'm like, oh, shit.
No.
Yeah?
No, I'm just drawing a bit of a blank because I had it on the tip of my tongue and then it just went...
So good. We'll come back to that later if you want. We can sort it later. So, father and sister, yeah.
I think I'd settled on Sienna.
Sienna, nice.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Thank you kindly. I shall get that sorted.
But I don't think that... I think that he was a bit concerned about losing anything if something would happen to him, being rights of succession and all that, but now that I've seen the light, maybe I can make him see it as well. And those have been the two things that Dorian has been working on.
Alright, so with Verbeck's supposed backing, he has put you in a pretty good stead to be drafted in as the Lower Street Administrator. Now, granted, you have heard and seen a few niggles to that plan. That's House Sandoval, which is the house that typically oversees the slums, or at least on paper they should oversee the slums. But having dug through paperwork of the from the past, you've kind of realised that the vast majority of them are, as you said, straw men, and House Sandoval itself really doesn't care about what happens outside of the city. What you have found, though, is that Sandoval are more caring, they're more prevalent in the East and West Commons district, as well as the Logcairn area near the docks. Those are places that House Sandoval typically does oversee with a little bit more... Where's my phone? Bear with me.
I remembered the surname.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's Westinghouse.
That timing.
Fantastic timing. Whatever, I'll scour odds to make sure I'm right, but I'm pretty sure that's it.
I think I actually have that in my notes.
Because the guy's name was formerly Charles.
Sorry about that.
Charles.
Hestwood.
Hestwood,
Yeah.
that's it. Charlton Hestwood.
Charlton Hestwood.
That was the former name.
That was
Yeah,
the former
Hestwood
name. It was. So it was Hestwood
I want
was
to say
the
Westwood.
surname. So Joffrey Hestwood and Sienna Hestwood are the names of the family. All right. Sorry about that. My mum and my old man are drunk. Like, can you give us a lift? I'm like, no, not at the moment.
Absolutely not.
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I can't come and pick you up. Any other time would be absolutely fine, but not at the moment.
That's great.
Oh dear. Okay, so that's where was I? Good old session 1. Come on, help me. I've lost my train of thought now.
We were talking about what Dorian had been getting up to.
That was it.
I was going over, and you were talking about how there were some
That was it. Sandoval. Yes. So,
nonsense, yeah.
so basically, how Sandoval seems to proactively govern East and West Commons and the Logcairn district, but due to the fact that the slums is outside the wall, they pretty much just pawn it off on the first schmuck or the first straw man they can, just to deal with it. So there would be certain things that you would understand, Dorian, and you would also now start to understand that every other district seems to come under the sway of one of the great vampire noble houses. Koshevek, House Koshevek, which is the premier, the top of the Crimson Court, is in control of Black Harbour, the Steel Ward, the Garrison District, the Cobalt Ward, and the Ballast District. House Vulpescu will be in control of the Lantern District, Mornham, the Bloodworks, and the Forlorn Districts. House von Murick will be in control of the Forge, the Dead Man's Quarantine, the Impetus District, and High Crow. House Moretti in control of Coinflow, Farwater, Temple District, Heartstring, Magister Districts. House Sandoval, again, East Commons, West Commons, Logcairn, and the slums. And then last but not least, you've got House Drac, which is in control of White Harbour, Vermilion Industrial Zone, Morn Isle, and the Sanguine Academy. Hashtag very important information dropped right there. And from your privileged position as running for governor, you would have been given access, or at least, had access to documents and the hierarchy of which noble house controls which district.
Well.
What I will do very quickly, Dorian, is give you, in the journals tab, you should now see a brief note called the Crimson Court. So you won't need to remember all of that yourself, because that's a lot of information.
Yeah, I didn't write it all down fast enough. I'll be asking for a repeat later.
What I will do then in that case is I will give everyone access to see that. Because I would imagine, Dorian, you would...
This is absolutely information he would have relayed upon gaining it, because, this is, he's pretty confident himself, but it's dangerous out here, and he'd want them to have that information if he somehow got waylaid or,
Perfect. So yeah, just to confirm, can you all see the journal entry of the Crimson Court and the districts that they own?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Lovely.
All right. So with Dorian currently in the position of trying to become the governor of Lower Streets, where's the conversation turn next? Dorian, who are you pointing the finger at? Ask away. Ask a question.
It occurs to me that with all of our business, your business, shipping with the road, you have any plans for expanding into the coin flow yourself there, Garrett?
Well, Reza's found a shop front that we can use as a base of operations. But everything in the coin flow is policed and controlled by the Merchant Guild. We need to find some way in with those before we can truly start making a difference there.
That is going to be one of my goals as I try to acquire the shop space that I have found.
I'll see what I can do to help with that, if I am so lucky to get to that point.
Thank you, my lord.
That then brings us to the question. You've got a fighting pit that seems to be well maintained, well staffed, well stocked. Garrett, how has things got to this point in the last 6 months? What's happened?
Well, my blood, sweat and tears, of course. No, I've been very fortunate. Dwayne over there has done the building work. Vern has been absolutely amazing in running the place for me. The Shadowed Circle, as I like to call it, is never empty. The moment we open the doors, people are just dying to spend their money with us.
What sort of activities? Sorry, go on. No, go on.
My own little side projects of the Bloodshots. has paid for everything you see here, and it has financed each and every one of you in some way or form. We're now in very well with the Silent Road. Who basically now are more business partners with their customers.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, I dare say that the Silent Road and yourselves have struck so many deals to the point where the Silent Road now seem to almost not so much be at your beck and call, but any orders that you place are set at the highest of priorities.
Oh, yes.
Now, granted, the Silent Road don't deal in small numbers, so every time you have to order something from them, it's typically done in bulk, as was mentioned.
That's why Cypher ordered 1,000 glass and crystal potion bottles.
Yeah.
We also have 2 taverns we're running. Miss Reza
Correct.
still checks in with the spyglass down in Biker every month or so.
With that said, Reza, that was you were my next port of call. What's happening with the spyglass and the thank table?
They are running like fucking clockwork. Just like they had before Invara started working her bullshit, and perhaps even more profitable. Given that they are being run by people who understand how to run a business. Reza worked with Vanya to source local entertainers. So there's music on any given night. And, yeah, they are just, Falmouth is the distillery we purchased.
Yeah.
Is supplying them both. The best quality is reserved for the Folly, I would say.
Of course.
But
Yeah.
the shit stuff goes to the other ones, because the Folly is the premier, the diamond on the crown of the franchise, so to speak.
Would I also be right in assuming that due to your ties to the road, that the thanked table up north would perhaps also have considering it's very close to the...
It's on the
docks,
canal, isn't it?
It is on the canal. Would it also perhaps have close ties to the road?
Moment. No, I was choking on air.
So good.
Okay.
Choke away.
So I think we can talk about whether that's something that we want to establish or say has already been established, but I think that perhaps there was sorry, dying.
So good. Don't you die away.
What happened is there was a old smuggling route that we resurrected and worked with them, and now they are basically running the thanked table for us and splitting the profits.
Excellent. All right.
So Reza doesn't have to go there that often, but since she does have the most direct connection to the road, given her past adventures as the night owl, I think that's...
You certainly hold... It is indeed. You certainly hold a fair amount of sway.
And speaking of the road, Reza has also leveraged them for getting her, various odds and ends that they may come across during their lines of business. Goods that aren't picked up, or deals that go sour and they confiscate the goods. Keeping an eye out for anything that may be interesting for her upcoming business venture.
Excellent. Anything anyone else wishes to bring up before we go to Cypher in regards to how coin's been flowing?
Vanya has something for Garrett.
All right.
Unless you're talking about specifically with what Reza was talking about.
Yeah, specifically more for the how income's been coming into the folly. How you've reached a point where you are almost the shadow overlords, the shadow council of the slums district.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll hold off then.
Yeah,
Okay.
Reza has been collaborating with Cypher, but I think I'll let Cypher have a crack at talking about that if he wants to. He hasn't talked enough yet.
He hasn't, but before we get to Cypher, well, you know what time it is.
Round 2. Fight.
Round 2, indeed, of the pit. Oh, I didn't bring me the pit up. Damn it. Give me some numbers, folks. Is he going to let us do it, or is it going to derp out? That's the question.
I think it's derped out. I can't
Is it
do
derped? All right, hang on.
Yeah.
Hold. 1D 100. The pit. Let's try again. One last time.
The pit!
The pit.
Oh!
Oh, we've got dice. We've got numbers. We've got things coming up.
Cypher is rolling high today! Fuck my life.
All bar Dorian. I roll for you, Dorian.
Still got better than me. Fuck!
There we go. It fully worked this time. We're good. So, again, as this conversation's currently going on, back in the pit, well, you just hear Vern. Oh, and the melee's starting once again. The goat begins to back off. At this, let's have a look at the numbers, shall we? Starting from the highest. Mr. Blackthorn, Garrett.
Not much has changed.
You are in control of the gladiator with the big axe. Reza, you are in control of the fighter with the sword and shield. The lady with the sword and shield there. Vanya, you've got the green goat. Dorian has got the grey goat. And Cypher, you've got the injured goat.
Fuck my life today for us.
So, if you would be so kind as to roll me initiative, please. Your rolls today, Cypher, have been rough.
Fuck my life. Look at that. Fuck off.
I think I still have the wrong thing selected.
It's all good, don't you worry about it.
Oh, no, I do.
you
I
got
had the
it?
right one. Yeah.
In that case, I will bring in that goatkin. Since Dorian's currently indisposed.
No, I was just trying to figure out how to get the initiative to show up for him.
Oh, it's all good.
You know.
Yeah, you just right-click on him. So,
Okay.
Garrett, your gladiator with the big axe.
Marvelous.
What's happening
Please don't
over in the
kill me.
pit?
Well, we're being surrounded by these horrible goaty people. I don't like it. So,
Just hear calls from the crowd. Go on! Cut his fucking head off! Or get that axe down!
we're gonna have some axe on axe action.
Alright.
Acception, as you will.
Acception.
And
Neat.
I also can use gang up.
Yeah. It's
It's a
pretty much
gangbang.
it is indeed a gangbang. So Vern's at the top. He almost leans over the banister, shouting down into the fight. Oh, and the axe comes down, striking true. Your axe bites into the goatkin. Oh. Applying the damage. Oh, that's rough. Axe just carves into the upper torso of the goatkin, and you just hear this. In fact, who's the grey goatkin again?
That would be me presently.
What sort of noise does it make as this axe just buries into his chest? All right. In retaliation, though, what does it do? Desmond, what does... For fuck's sake. Dorian.
That's okay.
I will get used to it. Dorian, what does your goatkin do in response?
It does not appear that this goatkin has any of the fancy stuff for like gang up or anything like that.
It's got gang up.
It does. It got gang up.
Cowardly.
Yeah. In features, it would be
I see a sneak attack.
Use specials.
It's on the character sheet. He does
Yeah,
have it.
Yeah, you got it anyway. Yeah, it is on the character sheet, so you do have it. So you get you get advantage if you are within 5 feet of an ally.
Alright, so using gang up.
Yeah.
Advantage.
14's not enough. It's not enough. The chainmail of the gladiators. So go on.
So the goat, having just been slashed across the chest, is reeling and takes a wild slash with his axe back at his attacker and just goes wide. They just lean back out of the way. He's too far away, and it doesn't connect at all.
At this point, you would kind of hear, or at least the goats would hear over the background, Handler, Augustus Handler, just shout, "Remember! Food, there's a big feast for all of you when you get back, whoever gets back." And at that, the other Bonebreaker fighter, Madame Bonebreaker's other gladiator in the ring, which I believe, Reza, you have control of.
Mm-hmm.
What are they doing?
He sees this badly injured goat in front of him that he took a whack at the first time. And he's like, "Oh, mate, I'm gonna finish this one off."
The crowd's like, "Kill it! Kill it! Kill it!"
So is this right? His weapon is a dagger?
No,
he's
if
got a
you
long
click
sword as
on
well.
action use item,
Got
it's
Oh,
slightly,
there's the scimitar. Okay.
slightly different with NPCs to what you're used to. So yeah, use item,
Attacks,
and then their weapon.
yeah. 14.
14's a hit. They've only got an AC of 12. They're not armored
And
like
he's
you
just-
guys are.
He just smacks into the goat for 8 damage.
8?
But,
That's max damage. Fuck. No, no, but.
but
Oh no.
additional 9 on top of that.
What? So with this, the Bonebreaker fight, what happens to the goat? What's the what's the ending blow?
He just slices one way and slashes across the chest, and as the goat is reeling back, he just brings the scimitar back down between the neck and the shoulder, and then that knocks the what is he's critical? What does that mean?
That's dead. That's critical
And then
injury.
seeing that he his weapons are falling out of his hands, he just pushes him over to the side. He's like, "Get out of my way!"
Cypher's
Comes
your...
over here.
Yep.
I'm
Sam,
gonna go anyway.
does your goatkin make any noises or anything as it's...
As it's as it's choking on its own blood.
Get out of my way.
Alright, you kick it back, it falls to the ground, blood splats across the sands and wood of the arena floor.
And he moves in to help his ally here with the other baddies.
Vanya, what's your goatkin doing at the top?
So the Scoutkin's gonna see everything that happened with the other goat, and is gonna say, "Not my friend," and use shield bash on the one in front of it, but using the group. What do you call it? Gang up.
Yep.
Is gonna do that at advantage.
So basically, the way that's going to work is I'm going to make the Bonebreaker Gladiator, which is Dorian, to take his saving throw at disadvantage.
It's me.
Oh, sorry, that's Garrett. That's Garrett's Gladiator. Sorry. So Garrett, your Gladiator's done at disadvantage for the saving throw.
Okay.
Oh. So, with Shield Bash, as you carve into the Goatkin, the Gladiator's then met with the shield. Roll damage for your Goatkin, Vanya.
Not bad.
So, it's not much damage, but Garrett, your Gladiator is knocked on his arse and prone.
So, as a bonus action,
You piece of
this
shit.
looks a coward. Is gonna this goatkin is gonna be terrified off of its ass and is gonna disengage back here and then use the rest of its movement to try to get the hell out of the pit.
All right, I'll allow it. Fuck it. Why not?
Great! I love it.
Hey.
All right. Roll me an acrobatics check. Sorry, let's go for athletics as it tries to scale the wooden beams. Oh my god!
Oh, it's all gone terribly wrong.
End of your turn, I will say it scales the wooden planks and makes its way onto the into the open. At this point, the hands are there going, "What are you doing? Get back in there!
You know what has to happen now, though.
Well, at this point, end of the
Gwen
turn.
needs to kick him back in.
Do you know what? That's not a bad shout. Seeing this, Cypher,
Oh
your
wait,
go.
could I have been?
Go.
Well, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have gotten a sneak attack on that bash, would I have? For
For
that damage?
I don't see any reason why
Once a
not.
turn?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Let's go ahead and do that real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No, don't
Every little
apologise.
helps.
Every little helps.
but it's still going to be cowardly.
Yeah, of
Even
course
if you
it
are
is.
rolling like Cypher today.
Yeah. All right, you take another 3 points of damage on the Bonebreaker Gladiator, Garrett.
Done.
Thank you. As he is on the floor, this shield just comes out of nowhere. You know, Vern's there's like, oh, it's all gone into madness. And the shield, oh, and he's on his backside. Oh. And it's at this point where the Goatkin begins to sprint across the arena floor, climbs the wooden slats. Augustus turns pale face, looks over towards Garrett and the rest of you all. Garrett, do you give Augustus any any words of advice?
We will deal with this. God and put him back.
You just hear this voice just,
Oh, about time. Yes.
and from the platform, without even drawing his weapon, Skarn sits up from his chair. I'll put him at the end of combat. Cypher, your goatkin's dead. Let me give you Scarn.
I am aware.
Let me give you Scarn.
Yes! Ah!
I like to think the crowd's all going, Scarn, 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 Scarn.
So, with that, let me update combat. Scarn, initiative 0. Cypher, what does Scarn do?
I bring back moment.
What does he do?
Well, Mr. Handler fucking unceremoniously gets moved out the way. Scarn skirts the edge of the ring. Barging through everybody that's in the way.
Oh no.
Anybody that doesn't fucking move is moved, alright? Chairs, fucking drinks, scattered, flying. With roars of approval, probably.
Let's make this a little more thematic, shall we? There we go.
Nightmare fuel.
And he's gonna grapple him and just throw him, like literally pick him up by the fucking horns and just throw him into the pit.
He's gonna
Alright.
resist.
Yep. Can I have an athletics check from both the Goatkin and Scarn, please?
Okay.
Where you go? Back. Fight.
Scarn grabs the Goatkin by the horn, hoists him up. Cypher.
Throws him as far as he can, probably dumping him in the middle of the ring.
Roll me a... I mean, are you just going to just max yeet 30 foot?
Max it. Scarn doesn't know restraint. Scarn is Scarn.
Roll me 3d6, please.
Oh my god.
Wow, I would roll great now, wouldn't I? Fuck.
As Scarn grabs the goat by the horn, hoists him up, and it's not a leisurely toss. Scarn almost whips the neck off the goatkin as he brings it back over his shoulder and just fucking yeets him into the arena. The goatkin just hits the center of the arena, crashes, splatting blood across the wood and sand, and takes 12 points of damage.
As he's flying, he's gonna no.
Shall we do another round? Fuck it, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
All right. So Garrett, you're gladiator who's currently on the R. So bear in mind, at the end of the turn, at this point, you just hear Vern, "Who and Scarnest straight into the ring. There you are, ladies, gentlemen, those gathered creatures. Scarn!" And he points over towards Scarn to an uproar from the crowd as this goat's bleating in the center of the arena. But the rest of the fighters aren't too concerned about this. They have their own problems. The fact that the two bone breakers are outnumbering the goatkin. What's the gladiator doing?
I'm going to do a Bruce Lee style flip and stand up.
Just for the sake of memes, roll me in acrobatics. Just to see how Bruce Lee this is. It's not going to affect whether you do it or not. It's just, I just want a number.
We're rolling for cool.
Absolutely.
That's there. Hang on. I'm still trying to remember where everything is.
So good. It's been a while.
Athletics.
Athletics, yes.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it is the most sly, quick-looking, cool AF move as he spins his legs around, flips back, his back arches as he gets back into a fighting pose.
And halfway through this, I'm going to swipe down with my axe.
Send it.
Fortunately, his mate's not within 5 feet. Boom.
No. Oh, your mate. I would say your friend is.
Yeah.
my friend is.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
he's
friend
my
is.
friend to get the advantage.
Gango works with you.
Oh,
Yeah.
just as well then, because that was a
Yeah.
fucking one.
Yeah. No,
Do
you've got gang up as well. Send another roll. 17 will do the job.
We'll do some damage on that.
Yeah, absolutely. As the great act.
Oh, that was a bad
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
That's better.
Oh dear me. Oh, I didn't mean to click that.
No, do that as well if you want.
I mean, so skilled and sneak attack are kind of like the same thing.
Yeah.
But regardless, ouch. So 10 damage from that and 3 from that.
I'm used to using sneak attack, alright.
Yeah. It's not dead. But what does the gladiator do to cause this thing to be severely injured?
Well, as I'm flipping up, I'm using all the momentum of that movement to bring the axe down. Literally on its shoulder, trying to cleave it in twain.
The last minute it dodges aside, but the axe does end up cutting a deep gash through the chest. The goatkin. Who's this goatkin?
That would be
Sculpture.
me.
Give me a bleed.
Mercy.
This is why I do this. It's great. So with a bleat of pain, quite a pathetic bleat of pain, it would stumble back, which then leads us to any retaliation from it. Dorian.
Being what is probably his last-ditch effort to avoid dying, he's going to attempt to swing at the great axe again. He has no advantage. He has nothing because he was abandoned by.
That's a
good for
question.
the ship.
What's a group of goats called?
Heard.
A herd? Yeah, abandoned by the herd.
Gonna make it an attack. Oh, that was close.
That was really bad.
Bleeding profusely, slashed, abandoned, just completely out of sorts. If one vain attack as he feels life fleeing from him, and it's just a feeble strike that is laughable. It goes nowhere except for down.
Do you want to know
Again,
what
abandoned.
what a group of goats is called?
Go on.
A trip. A trip of goats.
Is it a trip? Thank you very much for that Googling. There we go.
Yeah.
Weird.
All right. Reza, with that, unless there's any movement of that goat kid, is he fleeing? Is he staying put?
Just an exasperated bleat.
He's an Italian goat.
Reza, what's your fighter doing?
He sees this goatkin reeling and he's like, oh, I got him now. And he slashes with advantage because
Mm-hmm. Friends close by.
Come on, Snake
Ganging up.
Eyes. Never mind.
14's still enough, though. They are not wearing armor. Oh, poor bastard.
plus
Oh, poor bastard.
Oh my god.
It's dead already. It's
so
already dead.
As the goat is falling to the ground, this gladiator turns and look at his buddy and holds his sword and shield up and just like goes in for the chest bump.
You just hear Vern for that. And the second of the goatkin falls, the might of the bone breakers. Come on, 3 cheers! And the rest of the crowd just begins to, way, whoop, 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 hooray! you would see.
And then after.
So go on.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
sorry.
No, go
I was
for
gonna
it.
say, after the chest bump, he starts moving over to the fleeing goatkin that was hunted back in.
Is on the ground, may I add.
Oh dear.
He didn't land on his feet.
No.
Do I have a bonus action?
You do not.
I do not. Well, then he just looms over him.
Last but not least, as you're looming with the blade at the ready to end this last goatkin's life, Skarn. What's he doing?
Well, everybody's where they're supposed to be, but he's kind of pumped, so he's just gonna, he's gonna plunk his ass at the edge and be like, "I get next."
No more leave. You leave. You fight me. Yeah. Skarn bored.
He just begins to glance down at the fighters with his beady orange eyes. And I would imagine the two gladiators would be like, oh, maybe not.
We'll stay on this side.
Sway slowly.
Fuck it, let's finish this off. And then we'll go for a break. So, Vern at this point is almost like a ballerina, just stood on the banister of the podium looking over the fight, arms outstretched like some sort of holy messiah. Oh, the handlers, oh, little goat bastards lie slain, far from one. It seems that those who have paid heavy coin in the handlers' minions have lost out. Or have they? Perhaps. And Vern motions a hand down towards the last remaining goatkin. On his last
Did
legs.
you miss the goatkin's turn? Sorry.
No, that last
Yeah,
one
he
was
did.
dead.
Yeah, you skipped the shieldy boy.
Shieldy boy went.
That got
And
thrown
then-
back in by Skarn. He's just prone, right?
Oh, yeah. I didn't
Yeah,
think we
you
got
did.
that. No, yeah, Skarn, and then it went to Bonebreaker Gladiator, then Goatkin. Then... Oh, yeah, you're
Yeah,
right,
it
I
went
am.
Skarn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because I changed fucking initiative. Right, sorry, Vanya. Your little Goatkin.
All right. The goatkin's gonna use the action to get up.
Yeah, that's
From
the part of your
being prone?
movement. That's part of your movement to stand up.
All
Very
right,
quickly.
and then. Okay.
We've got a raid. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're back. We're currently fighting. We're currently watching a pit battle, an arena fight. Well, thank you for that raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everyone. But yeah, Vanya, what's as it stands up?
And then it's gonna use its bonus action because it's still scared
Mm-hmm.
out of its wits to disengage back here, and is gonna continue to run circles to try to avoid these two, but not like trying to climb up where Skarn's at,
Oh no!
but is gonna try to run away from them.
All right. So Vern stood looking down like, and so Madame Bonebreaker's gladiators reign supreme over this battle, and the Goatkin's standing. He's up, and he's running, he's running, and oh, and so at this point, we then go back to the gladiator. Desmond, what's your gladiator doing? No, Garrett. God damn it.
That'd be Lee. Yeah.
Perfect. Schwang.
And the gladiator begins to run straight towards the goatkin.
No.
A 12 is enough.
That's the AC. Yep.
Uh-huh. Oh my god. Yeah, the wrong one targeted there. Bear with me. I've just applied the damage to something else. No, it's all good. It's all good. All right. It's not enough to kill it, but it fucks it up. What happens as the gladiator's axe bites in?
Well, I would like to think I just smash it in the back and its legs start wobbling and it bounces off the wall in front. And it makes a horrendous shrill meh.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good one. Vanya, what would you say that's, you know, it's been hit in the back with an axe. What sort of noise would it make?
My back.
My neck, my back.
Oh no.
Just for the sake of being hit in the back, roll me an athletics check for this goatkin. Please, Vanya.
An athletics check.
Yeah. Let's go with DC 13. Its legs do indeed fail it. As the axe plows into its spine, severing it, and the goat just drops into the arena.
This goat can't catch a break.
It really can't. The difference between AC 12 and AC 16. Reza.
This other fellow, he just kind of stalks across the ring up next to this goatkin, takes the scimitar, and will attempt to just plunge it into the prone body on the ground.
Yeah.
Can it parry?
I believe you can. Parry is a reaction. You add
Oh,
plus
but
2
I
to your
don't
AC.
hit you. I miss.
As you try to plunge the sword down, or as the gladiator begins to plunge the sword down, in a last-ditch attempt of pure panic and fear, the goatkin spins around its upper torso, brings its sword, and just clatters the sword away in a parrying blow. What sort of noise would it make, Vanya?
Ouch! As it's hitting the sword and it's like causing its back muscles, where it's just been ripped open. It's like, ouch.
How did I miss?
Let's double check that roll, shall we? You rolled a 2 and a 2.
To 2.
Oh, all right. End of the turn. Goat. Your goat, Vanya. What's it doing in this almost paralyzed state?
So it's gonna use its action to get back up.
All right. It's gonna stagger to its feet.
It's gonna disengage again. This time back this way.
Yeah, you got 15 foot of movement.
It's gonna
be claret everywhere.
And it's gonna be kind of like crawl, like walking on its feet because it can't like completely get up because it's stumbling, and is gonna be running around the rink.
Unless Scarm wishes to interfere, I'm basically gonna give. I'm gonna ask Garrett and Reza to roll me a d10. Is Scar going to make any moves, or is he still watching on this one?
No, he's still in the pit, so...
All right.
Scar's a good boy.
Garrett, roll me d10, please. So, at this point, the gladiator and the fighter from Madame Bonebreaker begin to flank around, trying to cut off the fleeing, bleeding... I mean, look at the blood on the fucking arena. At the very last moment, though, as the gladiator moves in, stopping its retreat, the Bonebreaker fighter eventually cuts it off. And it's with that, Reza, with you having the slightly higher roll, I'm going to give you the killing blow on this goatkin. What happens as it starts trying to flee away from the gladiator?
Well, since he's behind the goat, as it backs away from the guy with the axe in front of it, just gonna stick the scimitar out and skewer it in the back.
With that, skewered, dead, bleeding out, the goatkin slumps to its knees, lets out a last bleat. Vanya?
Have mercy.
With those last utters of words, it drops to the ground, dead. To the applause of the crowd, Vern clapping, whooping, shouting, and with that, everyone, it seems the handlers, weird and odd creatures, have been felled by Madame Bonebreaker's guardians. Congratulations to those who have won winnings, riches beyond your wildest dreams, and to those who haven't, who bet on the goats, well, bad luck. And with that...
And while this is happening, the Bonebreaker gladiator decapitates the goatman and just holds the head up for the crowd.
The crowd begin to cheer, go wild, roar.
And the other one will pick his buddy up who's holding the head and, like, lift him up onto his shoulder so he's even higher.
And with that, we'll call a quick break before we go back to our conversation of business. That was good shit. All right. We will be a few moments while I go and refill my water, and we all take a quick break. 2 seconds.
And may or may not have started laugh crying.
Good.
The humanity. Honestly, every time they died, I want to just do the like the noise from Diablo, the default goat death noise. That's what popped in my head every single time. It pleases me greatly.
I'm back. Oh.
Welcome back.
Welcome
Thank you.
back.
Oh, dear me.
Back.
Hello.
Hello.
All good?
All good here.
All right. So then.
Killed my goat.
You
With a
traded
crack.
up though.
I did trade up. Yeah, that's fair.
Skarn would trudge back to his seat, plunk his arse down. If a dragon could be smug, he would be the very image of it, as the rest of the punters begin to take their position back on the stools. Augustus gets to his feet after he presses himself against the chair as Skarn trudges by.
Yeah.
Good fight. Though, goats.
Skarn, his head spins 90 degrees to look at Augustus.
Goats are weak. Suggest feeding them more. Or starving and then getting them to feast. Makes them more aggressive. That one.
And Skarn will point to the one that was fleeing.
Disgrace for you as a handler, tamer.
Skarn's vocabulary at this point seems to be getting much better. It's still got a rough edge to it, considering that Skarn doesn't have any lips. Certain vowels are difficult, but Augustus would nod towards Skarn, wipe his brow for a moment, and yes, it's well, I did a few things. I was hoping they'd put on a bit more of a show than that, but well, Olivier, it seems that your gladiators are well, not as green as you said they were. Madame Bonebreaker just leans around Skarn, flashes a giant, wide, shit-eating grin, and says nothing. Apart from just taking a pipe, lighting it, and begins to toot on it. Meanwhile,
I'm back.
welcome back.
Welcome back.
What's happening in the corner?
There's a banner up.
There is. I've literally just clicked the button to get rid of that as we were discussing.
I have a quick question.
Of course you do.
With the goats,
Mhm.
could we utilize their horns or anything from their remains for anything? Since they are kind of rare.
It's certainly possible, but they're not your goats.
Yeah,
They're the
they belong
handlers'
to the
goats.
Handlers.
But would we know that they're precious somewhat and be able to purchase the bodies off of the handler?
According to the history check earlier, I believe Reza and Garrett would be aware of that, yes.
There's a price for everything in Nova Stoya.
Mm-hmm.
That's down to you guys. As the crowd begins to die down, what's the topic of conversation with you all?
So I guess Vanya will look at Garrett and Reza and say, could we use the goats?
I mean, they're dead.
Not for physical labor or anything like that. I mean, like for maybe potions or
Well, Also, not our dead goats. What was the nature of our agreement with the handler, Garrett?
He can take the bodies for meat, but if we want anything, he genuinely would sell us what we want. If he can get paid twice for an animal, he's quite happy for that.
Can you all roll me a perception check quickly?
Ja.
Oh, that's not me.
Right. I was just having that same thought.
Oh, yeah.
Lucius, that's not you.
Let's try that again. That was
Yeah,
better.
that was good. That was good. I'm gonna get Vanya 20. Yeah. All right. Dorian,
Yes.
can you roll me a perception check, please?
My favorite. Oh, I have to deselect.
-1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, Dorian has no sense of what's going on. He's only concerned with himself and what he wants. Everything else is almost inconsequential. Other people are a suggestion, they're not reality.
Well, with that said then, Garrett, Cypher, Vanya, you would all hear a opening and closing of a door. And so would Dorian,
hell.
actually. Yeah, Dorian would also be aware. A door that's usually not opened.
Fucking.
Unless it's by you guys. And for a brief moment, as the door opens, you begin to see a figure just step in. Make his way through the crowd.
With a wheelbarrow?
Fancy yourself some lamb chops there, Francis.
As he gets towards the platform, he'd look over towards you, Dorian, as you call out, yeah, smelt dinner. Yeah, that'll do.
Don't scoop up the people parts.
To the bewilderment of the entire crowd, Augustus, Madame Bonebreaker, he just begins to lower himself into the pit. The two gladiators who are there, one of them now with this goat's head in hand, just looks at this old man through the slit in his helmet with just pure bewilderment. As Francis begins to step up, grab the first goat by the wrist, drag it to one side, and just begins to make a neat pile. Snatches the head from the gladiator, puts it over his shoulder, grabs the other goat.
Good pursuit, that.
Puts them onto a pile. As he looks at his pile like, I'll do. Hey, there you go, goats. And he'll point towards the handler. Those by goats, yeah. Whilst you can't see Francis Garrett, you would just hear, Garrett, I'm buying a goat.
Whatever you wish, Francis.
And then look around, nod, point to the two gladiators. Yeah, you.
So
You know-
anybody who... Are people in the crowd like looking kind of like concerned?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, at this
Okay.
point, half the crowd are
Dorian is going to stand and yell, "Waste not, want not. The way of lower streets, we persevere, right?"
Roll me a persuasion check.
Doesn't even make sense, but he's just trying to bull.
That's why I'm asking to make me a check.
So, Reza
on,
will
Reza.
provide him support for this by standing up and like clapping behind him.
I mean, a 16 is pretty solid. I would get you +2 for you clapping. And this bizarre scene of a old, wiry man manhandling the corpses of these goats like they were nothing. That on its own is a sight for, something no one will ever forget. But with that, everyone, at first it's a slow clap, one or two people at the back like, yeah, waste not, want not, before eventually it starts surrounding the entire arena and everyone's clapping. Augustus raises a brow, looks over towards you, Garrett.
Dorian's going to meet his gaze as he comes over, try to he's looking directly at him while he's clapping. And it's just like, it's very implied, like, don't say a fucking word.
Augustus will look towards you, Dorian, slowly begin to nod, and then just raise 3 fingers in the air, signaling, 3 gold.
And I just give him a little nod.
At this point, Francis is already almost bullying the 2 gladiators to hoist the corpses over the edge of the arena. And
Dorian pleases himself. Is going to sit back down and look at everybody assembled around the table. See that's politics in lower streets. Put on a
Very
show,
diplomatic.
make sure they know who's in charge.
yeah, it doesn't take long for the 2 gladiators to hoist the bodies of the dead goatkin onto the stones, and Francis just begins to pick them up, drop them in a wheelbarrow, and then just wheels them off to the secret door that no one speaks of.
Exit stage, Francis.
Oh, god damn it. Alright. Let's bring those guys back in, and yeah. There you go, Reza. You happy?
Yeah.
Dorian's
Very
going to
happy.
approach these 2. I can't change the model. Wait, can I?
Yeah. So if you right click on your token, the bottom right.
Look how hench he is.
So fucking hench.
You should have all the little. There we go. Yeah.
And now I'm going to hold R and rotate. There we go. Well done. That's what we like to see here. Keep it up.
Thank you. It was, unexpected to fight some of the goatkin from the fabled forests, but,
He's going to extend his hand to the gladiator here. Like for a handshake.
That will be easily grasped by the lead gladiator. They'll reach a hand out, grab it, offer a nod from beneath the helm. And, thank you. It's rare that we get to fight opponents such as that. Madame Bonebreaker said that, we were promising and that she'd get us some worthy foes, and, here we are.
Indeed you are. Well done, again. And so once he's done shaking that hand, he's going to go over to here and basically just repeat the process here. This is my equivalent of, like, hearts and minds, just like kissing babies.
Yeah.
Like, great job, Glorious fight. Outnumbered, they were armed adequately, and you brought them down like animals.
Yeah. It was easy, honestly, absolutely easy. They didn't stand a chance, the fucking goat bastards, did they? Good old.
That's right. Ferocity doesn't stand a chance in the face of discipline and training like yours.
Fuck you, damn right. Go you. And at that, you just hear the burning of a pipe. Yes, well, I believe there is someone else who should be heaping praise upon, don't you, my dear?
How remiss of me, Madam Bonebreaker.
Please,
Without
Beaumont.
proper direction. Without proper direction, what is talent without talent management, of course? And he's going to put his hand out, but he's not going to do a handshake. He's going to put it palm up so she can place her hand on his.
Without a doubt, yeah, she
and he
does.
will place a hand over her hand and then kiss his own hand rather than kissing hers because
Nice.
Slick.
fantastic show. This is the pulse in the heart of Lower Streets. Don't you agree, Madam Bonebreaker?
No, not at all. This is not the pulse. This is merely a business transaction, my dear. I have made a lot of coin, and by extension, she extends a hand and starts to trace it down your chest, Dorian. You and yours have also made quite the small fortune. You provided me with a venue.
Well, a stage for an act to perform upon. It's more than a transaction, don't you agree?
Perform? Perhaps. And she will give you a hungry look, Dorian.
It is my impression that Madame Bonebreaker is like kind of bordering grotesque.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
What was in that drink? Maybe it was just the sight of this. A moment. And he's going to look directly across the arena towards the bar and see if he can kind of like catch the eye of one of the servers.
There are 2 servers. And
he's
one
going to
of
put
them...
his
Yep,
3 fingers in the air like 3 drinks, and he's going to just gesture. And when he looks at anybody who's in a position of like subservience, he has a very distinct like you kind of look on his face. Like they know that he's looking directly at them.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt.
You would easily see someone just offer a bow of the head and scoop in 3 drinks from the counter, begin to make her way almost like a dancer towards you all. And at this point, as she gets closer, a familiar figure, a porcelain mask that covers the top part of her face. Valentina steps in with a silver tray.
Oh, thank you. And he's going to point to the 2 fighters and towards the tray, and he's going to take the 3rd drink himself. Thank you, madam. To Valentina.
Always a pleasure. We are here to serve all the customers and make sure everyone has a good time. And with that, she'll turn to the 2 gladiators, smile beneath the mask. You 2 fought well. Very, very well, and I believe you should be rewarded. Here. She'll offer the drinks. Dorian?
Dorian is going to take the 3rd drink. He's going to take a little bit of a sip off of it. And then he's going to turn it around towards Madame Bonebreaker. Here you go, my dear.
Oh, I thank you. She'll scoop the cup from your hand and what can only be described as a dog drinking from a bowl, she just downs the whole lot before placing the cup back in your upturned palm.
Impressive.
Well, what can I say? The drinks here are, well, dare say, a cut above what I've even tasted in some of the establishments in the Lantern District. You'll have to tell me your supplier at some point.
Mayhap we will. Impressive capacity there. Noted. Surprising.
Oh, there are many
Good fight.
more things I can surprise someone of your stature with. You've got... And with that, she'll lean in and start trying to grasp hold of your bicep.
Reza will walk up and stand next to said bicep, kind of asserting female dominance while all extending her hand to Madame Bonebreaker and say, as one female business owner to another, well done, madam. You are truly a credit to all of us.
Well, as the arm retracts, she just begins to slowly nod. Yes, thank you. Well, I dare say they are some of my more promising fighters. Granted, not at the stature or ability required for the pit, but nevertheless, bouts like these are useful. And even better is good old Augustus over there has, well, I don't think he's made a fair bit, but not as much as he would have liked. Whereas you, the house, and I dare say whatever it cost me to rent out this place has now been certainly covered by the win.
Certainly say so. Excuse me, madam. And he's going to push past her, just as best he can, just around the ear. Yeah. He's going to go over to Skarn, and just passing Skarn, he's going to just look Skarn in the eye and just give him like a nod of like, you did fucking good, like approval. Because Skarn managed this. He did what he's supposed to. Over here, he's going to take a seat by Augustus for a moment.
All right. Skarn will just give you what you assume at this point to be a grin. It's just teeth from Skarn, but yeah, he seems happy. He's sat in his chair now. The chair creaks every time he moves his weight because of he's a big boy. He's a big dragonborn.
Yeah, as he crosses over, because Skarn has like very big legs, he's just gonna hop over Skarn, like leapfrogging over, you know, just. And he's just gonna sit there, look over at Augustus, and wait for him to say something.
Master Dorian, good to see you. I hope the fight was to your liking, entertainment.
Mine, but what about yours?
Well, I've made 3 gold selling the carcasses of the dead beasts, and, well, I already made 6 gold from the Madame for bringing them here in the first place. Granted, I would have liked to have made a little more coin on their winning, but despite my dour look, you'll see a sly smirk just at the corner of his lips. It was worthwhile.
Gold brings a smile like no other, doesn't it? Win, lose. It's about the show. It's about keeping everyone happy, entertained.
It is, and on top of that, days such as this, where there is usually very little of entertainment, well, I was more than happy to try and bring some of my flock here.
Where did you find the bleeders?
Well, I've had a few. Are you interested in more, Master Dorian?
You might recall, not too long ago, they were a bit of a problem. Seems you have your own herd to cull as needed.
It's a funny thing, these old goat boys. They retreated far into the forests, and, well, it's a bit of an expense. I sent out a tracking party, found out where they made camp, and, well, that was 7 years back. I got about 70 of the damn things. That's why you don't see them anymore. I got the last village, well, I say you can call it a village, but the last little grouping of these fuckers managed to herd each and every one of them back, males, females, children alike, and, well, funnily enough, I've got a small little warehouse. When I say warehouse, it's more a camp, where these things just, well, I let them do their thing, what nature does, and I cherry-pick the more And he'll motion towards the arena. The more hearty ones, if you catch my drift.
A farm, you could say.
Saying no words, he just grins.
Well, sir, I do appreciate your fervor in bringing them here. It seems like, if I may, I'm not a dominus of your purport. However, it seems to me you have a rare and untapped resource at this point, something on the very brink of extinction, perhaps. Hopefully.
If you think those are rare and on the brink of extinction, God, you should see some of my other collections. Ah, no, now those. We're looking in the tens of golds for one of those things to bring in, but getting it into us, and he begins to motion around the arena. Getting it into one of these establishments is rather difficult. Normally, in fact, Master Dorian, have you frequented the pit often?
More as of late, now that I've realized how much they bring the community together.
Well, look, how about...
The ones what matter.
I will do you a... you've done well for me, and I have earned a fair bit of coin in the last 2 months of being here, especially at Madame Bonebreaker's expense, so allow me this little courtesy. He'll reach in beneath his breastplate, take out a small satchel, and he begins to ruffle through the contents. He takes out a small scroll and offers it towards you, Dorian. An invitation for you and one other, VIP access on the second tier of the pit. Preferably when one of my young babes are in the fight. Come and see how they do.
What I would say, though, is it's not so much about the reality as much as it is the perception. These lamb toppers, maybe just play to that. I think you can make a bit more coin with almost a mystical clarity of their being.
Yes, I would, but honestly, when you look at the damn things, they are naught but frail, not the stuff of nightmares that you tell children from years past now, are they? Yeah, they're just like lambs ready for the fucking slaughter.
He's going to look across the arena, back at Vanya. I think that perhaps, with the right influence, they could be beasts.
Well, if that is the case, then I'm sure. I'm happy to acquiesce to any potential money-making ideas that you have. Granted, this place has sprung up out of nowhere in the last few months, doing incredibly well, and, well, word of advice, the drinks. The shot, may wish to pass it on that there's been several people inquiring about where to purchase some. Now, obviously, due to contractual obligations that I have here, I cannot say, but word is spreading in the VIP areas of the pit, and I believe Madame Bonebreaker will say the same if she's not said to you as of yet.
Well, we'll see to it that our suppliers are well informed. Perhaps for some connections you can be seen a bit of a, what's the word, commission.
I am the wrong person to ask for that. All of those in the pit just want me for my beasts. No. and start to waggle a finger towards Madam Bonebreaker. You want connections? Then you, Master Dorian, must woo the beast, and not one of my beasts. A beast that I would never wish to tame.
Well, win or lose, it was a good battle. Too bad about the single stray from the flock, who knows?
Yes,
One
I'll have to make
of
sure something
three.
occurs. So go on.
It's less about the victory and more about... Perhaps it sounds cliche, but it's less about the journey and more about the destination in this case. So, you've done well.
Thank you. I believe that destination, as he motions a hand down towards the blood-soaked arena, was, what do they say in the arena? Destination fucked.
And indeed they do. And he's going to point towards the scourge that this guy's holding, apparently. Like, keep plying that, and I'm sure that you'll be a wealthy man one day. One day soon, even.
What makes you think I'm not already wealthy? I'm just old. Things like this are a welcome change to the politics and bullshittery of the old fucking Lantern District.
Lantern District?
He nods.
I might call upon you in the days to come, Mr. Handler. Would you prefer to go by?
No, if someone just call me Augustus, or if you wish to deal in beasts and trade, then the handler will suffice.
And he's going to just, once again, gesture across the arena rather than to Valentina, just signaling to get a drink to the person that he's with. He'll continue around for a minute, just circling the arena, just shaking hands, rubbing shoulders, just kind of like giving people the impression that he's somehow invested in what they're doing, even if it's just complete doesn't fucking matter.
I would say that the general atmosphere of the place is, granted, some people have lost a lot of money. We're talking people who are placing sacks of silver coin, 50 to 100 silver coin bets on these winnings. These are not the lowlifes of lower streets. These are merchants. These are lowborn nobles. They are people who have money. And even those who have lost are still having a good time. There's a few off in the corner. What's it gone?
No, he's going to impress upon them that a wave only rises to its crest but once before it comes crashing down. And it is a matter of finding that crest to become truly fruitful from their endeavors.
Someone's been listening to Vanya too much.
I'm glad I inspired.
No comment.
So yeah, apart from a
also,
few people in the corner who would be, you would see several tankards and glasses and small potion bottles that have emptied with this deep red-hued liquid. A few flakes of gold spattered around. They are having the time of their life. What that time is, though, only they know. But they're the ones in the corner of the room, completely off their face on bloodshot.
He's going to stroll through. Is there anybody, like, at a table that does not have... Like, anybody who's clearly drinking Bloodshot, is there anybody who does not have, like, their placement for candles and stuff, like, lit? Is there anything burnt out?
I mean, there can be if you want. If you have something in mind.
All right, so this is actually probably risky, but that's how he lives.
Oh. Okay.
Duen's here.
Yep.
And he's going to drop. Madam Duen, How goes business?
At this point, Dwen's not been on the bloodshot, but her table's still got a stack of tankards, empty tankards on it, and she just grins at you, Dorian. A big toothy grin. The two tusks protrude out. I'm well. Yes, well. The fight was good. I've made some coin. You have to thank Garrett for that.
And so what Dorian's going to do is he's going to very just briefly just reach out and just... Is she wearing her apron and everything like she's been working all day?
Yeah. Dwen never, at first when the pit opened, when the fighting arena opened, like Valentina and Cassandra, the servers would kind of try and chastise Dwen for coming in a worker's apron. But I dare say, Garrett, you probably overruled that.
Yeah, totally.
So she does indeed look out of place, but...
Oh, no, he's going to reach over and grasp her by the tool belt, because those are very secure, and just forcibly move her a little bit and make her feel it, that he... Good work here, by the way. Just... Oh, let me get this for you. He's going to reach over to the candles, and one of the ones that has kind of burnt down, he's going to grasp between his pinky and forefinger and just set it alight by rubbing. And there you are. Now you're in full form and fashion.
Cozy. With that, she will slide onto the bench. It's just a shame that my tankard is empty. Perhaps one such as you could... And she'll just... In a very similar fashion to you, Dorian, between her thumb and...
He's going to take a tankard off this table and bring it back and just set it here. Doesn't give a shit about anybody who might be there. He's just taking a tankard and just putting it right there.
Dwen grins, offers a nod, takes the tankard and begins to chug a few mouthfuls from it. So, how are finding things since becoming part of management?
Management. More like, I consider myself a, what's the word? Consultant.
So I think my question to the group here is, how much at this point does Dwen know? This is sort of like an above-table discussion for you all.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I feel like Dwen's the type of person that would know, but just ignore it as she's wistfully, ignorance is bliss. You know what I mean? Some things you just don't want to know about.
And the implied peril of implying you know too much would be a factor.
Yeah.
Garrett?
Because it doesn't matter how big you are, Garrett could probably open anyone's veins at any time.
She would definitely know there's shit going on, because she's met Elias.
Yeah.
And she's getting paid very well.
She's getting paid stupendously well for what she's did.
Yeah.
But everyone here treats her with respect. They pay her handsomely for her jobs. And she's always got a table should she want it. Yeah.
So in regards to Dorian, would Dorian be able to pick up aspects of Desmond, do you think? Would there be a connection there, or would she see you as...
There would be a very familiarity, like an old friend that you don't remember that you knew, but he has never referred to himself as Desmond or disclosed that to anyone outside of the group. Okay. Because, quite frankly, anyone who makes that connection probably has to die.
Yeah. All right. Excellent.
Except for the nurse, because she's got that.
Reasons.
And the other people from the society, but
yeah.
Anyone
they all
else's
have their reasons
residue?
for being good.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's more on that later.
Yeah, that's fine. So with that then, she'll continue to see you as a new member of management. And regardless of whether Dorian likes that, and has been just rolling with that for the last 6 months.
Yeah, Dwen is a very unique persona.
Absolutely.
So, actually, Dorian's going to sit there and he's going to just chat with her, and we can just kind of fade to black and let somebody else take over at this point. So, because I've wasted enough time.
It's not a waste at all. This is the whole point of getting back into it. You know, we've got a lot to cover.
So he's just going to be schmoozing people who he knows have some kind of position of influence or business in the district, because in the back of his mind, it's like, you know, like, we're going to win this fucking vote. People are touting us. He wants to win it, and he wants to push. In his own mind, it's this, it's not just about Lower Street. It's about, you know, we have the base. He wants to push the fingers or the roots, or however you want to look at it, into the other districts, and he wants to just make it even more secure. Like, we cannot be uprooted by anything.
Yeah, what I think Dwen would think is probably that, like, oh, okay, the Folly's becoming big business, and now they're getting involved in politics in lower streets.
Yeah,
and that would be like the extent of it.
Absolutely. She's like, yeah, politics, cool. You do you. You paying me well. If you need, you know, I'm now your exclusive carpenter and craftsman for the business. Whatever happens is none of my concern, none of my business. So, with Dorian schmoozing around the clientele, before I go back to Garrett, Cypher, and Vanya, Reza, is anything you're still doing over here with Olivette Beaumont and her gladiators?
She probably would have wandered off the same time that Dorian wandered off.
Mm-hmm.
Making like some show of like, oh, okay, Garrett needs me. Bye. Because she's Garrett's right-hand person.
So, back at the table, Vanya, Garrett, Cypher, anything further you feel needs to be brought forth?
Well, some people just died in the pit.
Your
Cypher.
soul is mine.
Cypher, would you like to help me tidy up and spread the sand?
I would. Yes.
So there's probably like this earthenware jar of sand that they just like sprinkle down the pit to soak up the blood, so they can clean it up easier. And Reza loves doing it for obvious reasons. So she's gonna go grab that and go in and take her cloak off and make a show of tidying up.
Yeah, we'll be the regular duo for we're cleaning up the mess. Reza, because she gets to bask in the blood, and Sava because he's cleaning up something else.
And
as he gathers up the scraps of the souls of those who have died.
At this point, you know, the punters who spectated the match would probably return to their tables, start ordering drinks. At this point, the band, a couple of bards who now have regular employ, would fire up, changing the atmosphere from that of your typical blood sport to more of your stereotypical tavern.
Like the after party, kind of?
Absolutely. It would also be a moment where a lot of the movers and shakers, again, you know, these aren't your highborn nobles. These are still mostly larger merchant groups from Market Row, a few people from Coinflow, lowborn aristocrats, still influential people, but not your... I don't know whether to say preferred clientele, because I don't know if they are preferred.
It's a starting point.
I don't know if you want those sort of people in here.
Well, we're looking for the affluent or the influential.
Yes.
Right? So,
yeah.
so either coin or pull, regardless of what it is probably what we're looking for.
Absolutely. Yeah, the vast majority of Lower Streets, Pike, Potter, so the slums can't afford to be down here. They don't have the influence. They get turned away at the door. But for those that are here, yeah, they are certainly people you want to make connections with. But yeah, with that said, Reza, you step into the pit and begin to scatter sand around the stained wooden boards that constitute the floor of the pit. And Cypher, what do you do?
One by one, I go to the biggest stains where the enemy have fallen, and I make a mockery of trying to clear it up. But I'm just there. I'm there for one thing and one thing only, and that is to charge Cypher's phylactery as he gathers up the remaining souls in the pit before they flutter away into the ether.
Roll me an Arcana check. I will say that these 3 souls from the dead goatkin have had a pretty rough but experienced life, to the point where their souls are exquisite, perfect for what you want. They are vibrant, they are lively, grasping to that point of death. For them seems to just drag on and on, as if they are fighting against the inevitable to remain in the land of the living. So I will say, for those 3 souls and that good of an Arcana check, I will give you a single point. So that your phylactery has your first soul. Your first soul charge.
Delightful.
So let's, before we go back, let's talk a little bit about that, shall we? Because if I remember rightly, the last time we left Cypher, he was dead, unmoving,
and
gone on a, well, originally dead on a stone slab, and then he was gone. And we ended Pariahs Season 1 with a voice of, who are you talking to? Cypher, what the fuck?
So 7 days after the ritual, to the exact moment, 7 days exactly, Cypher literally materialized where his body was last in the world. So he's standing on this plinth that's got all his stuff, well, most of his stuff, because, Reza and Banya fucking picked him clean of his fucking bag of holding and his troubadour's finery.
Reza had the bag of holding.
Yeah, likely excuse like an arsehole. Everybody wants one.
I mean, she took it after the little showdown in Walter where you lit the fucking sky up.
It's true.
Cypher lost his bag privileges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
go on.
So yeah, 7 days. He literally just materialized, just fucking absolutely starkers in his natural grotesque form, emaciated, pale, dry skin. And the first thing he notices is Garrett's talking to himself in Sylvan. Well, he assumes Garrett's talking to himself in Sylvan. He later finds out that Garrett was talking to Elias, the shrubbery. And he probably gave Garrett a little bit of a fright as he just strolls up behind him and be like, who are you talking to?
As for the exact moment, I'm going to say we'll not RP that out or give too much away, because we do have some crystals at some point that we need to
Okay.
revisit certain moments. But just for all intents and purposes, Cypher, your reconstitution as a material being, you are not just a changeling anymore, are you?
No. Cypher is a changeling lich at this moment in time.
So much more than a changeling.
So, at this moment in time, we've got our changeling / lich. Now, how long you can stay a changeling, we'll have to wait and see, because eventually you're just going to be full lich. We have our vampire. We have our elven cult leader, half-elven cult leader, who is now dipping into the realm of being a hag. We have our other half-elven gentleman with the powers of the Fae. And then there's the boy who wanted to be a real man and is now a real man.
Turned into a real douchebag.
Don't let your dreams be memes.
We certainly fit the description of pariahs at this point. We still don't know exactly much about Garrett. We don't know Vanya's past. And Dorian, or Desmond, well...
I think his story's just beginning.
Yeah. Vanya, Garrett, anything you two wish to add or bring forth whilst you three are currently at the table?
Well, Vanya is going to scoot over to where Garrett is. But let me get her. Okay, it's not letting me click on her.
I can do it for you if you want.
Yeah, I was trying to change here. Yeah. And she's going to just say, as an appreciation, Garrett, of you offering up your herbs brewery and growing me corpse clover, I want to leave you with this. And she hands over kind of a sack, like a drawn sack, just a little bitty drawn sack. And she's going to say, healing others is like planting seeds of hope. They may seem small, but their impact can grow into something truly beautiful.
And Garrett puts out his palm, chants something in a melodious tone, and a little seed on his palm cracks open and grows up into a single flower. Which I tuck into Vanya's hair.
She's gonna touch it slightly and just beam with she's just so proud. She did something that made Gary give her something, and
Garrett's had a chill 6 months.
Garrett's like Smaug sat on a fucking pile of coin.
Good.
Fucking king of lower streets.
Oh.
So what's this, Vanya?
well, you know how when we're injured and we come to you, and I just thought, what better gift to give you than this finger needle? When you use it and you stitch up wounds, it'll make you more nimble and graceful. I know you already are, but it'll leave no scars, but it does leave like a seed of hope. And it might even change the lives that you're stitching up.
Garrett, roll me an investigation check.
I can't sit.
Boom.
As you peer into this small satchel, Vanya, what does this finger needle look like?
It looks like carved bone from very, very old bone, and it's carved to be like a kind of like a how would you call that? Like a sea, like a deep sea hook.
Mm-hmm.
But looks like it may have like joined together like with finger joints. But it's very, very tiny, very carved, very sharp at the tip.
Garrett, you would immediately know what this is.
Mm-hmm.
This is a sculpted and carved needle made out of the bone of a hag. The magic's emanating from it. You are something, is something that you are certainly familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically a sewing needle made out of a blood hag's finger.
Yep.
Granted, it does indeed do what Vanya said. It will assist in stitching flesh along with any other medical implementation that you have of it. So basically, it will give you a +2 to any medical rolls on things such as stitching or wound management if using it.
Marvelous.
But it looks pretty grotesque. I'm not going to lie. It looks pretty unpleasant.
Yeah. I pop it back in the bag. Don't have a drawstring. And from one of my many pockets, I pull out my medical kit and slide it in. And then the medical kit almost disappears as it goes back in the pocket of my pocketception pants.
Garrett, it'll cure diseases, and it'll give them instantly a ray of hope when you use it.
Thank you, Vanya. Let's hope I'll not need to use it for some time, but hopefully it'll keep someone alive that not necessarily would have done.
She just nods and then just stands there.
What are you being awkward for? Sit down, Vanya.
But he liked it, Cypher. I didn't expect it.
Don't make it awkward, then. Just.
It's what she does, Cypher. Don't let her have this.
Okay.
You did like it, right, Garrett?
I did like it, Vanya. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. any further orders of business that anyone wishes to bring forth?
Just while everyone's here, or while I've got you, Reza and Manya, the commission, are we animating it, or is it just a vanity piece?
Commission.
So, okay, wait a moment. So it's not just a statue. It's you want it to be animated as well.
Oh, the statue. That's what we're talking about.
I thought.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if you can make it animated where it's got a few different like positive phrases.
No.
I'm going to have to completely redesign it if we want to make it animated. You did not specify that initially.
I didn't know that was an option up until now. I think we should redo it.
Oh God.
You don't spend much time paying attention in the undercroft, do you?
I've spent most of my time at my cauldron. Should I have been spending more time with you?
Well, if you looked out the goddamn window, you'd have noticed some things wandering round, wouldn't you?
Oh, that's what those
You
noises
haven't
are.
noticed my golems?
Gargoyles do. Golems are totally different.
Sorry, I'm still getting used to the. You haven't noticed my gargoyles? My cat goyles?
I mean, I've heard things lurking around outside, but I just thought that was Cypher, like, just being weird.
I'm going to cry, Cypher.
I didn't realize I was so heavy-footed.
But there's... Okay.
But yes,
so I
they're-
can make my statue animated?
Yes, I thought that's what it was being made for, so it could protect your cauldron and your room. Is that not what you were wanted for?
Oh, wait. You're talking about a golem that is for me, not about my Vanya statue.
No, this is Vanya statue. I'm only making you one statue. You want a golem, or cat goyle too. It's different.
Well, I mean, does everybody else have one?
Define everybody.
Garrett, Dorian.
Oh God, Garrett's got
that's
Elias.
Cypher.
I definitely have one. He's adorable. Little bone cruncher. Little scamper.
Oh, is that what you named him? His bone cruncher?
No, Reza named him something. I named him Bone Cruncher because he likes to crunch bones.
Hey, I'm alright with that. That was the first one. It's a bit rough. It's a bit rough.
He's cockeyed and he has a big head.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little heartbroken that I wasn't asked if I wanted a golem.
I literally walked around to everybody and said, hey, I'm practicing carving. Do you want me to make you something? And you just were staring at your cauldron and muttered something about fingers. And I said, okay, well, I guess that's a no.
Well, I guess since you're offering, I would like one.
I'm not. Oh my. Cypher, this is your fault.
I apologize expressly, but that's what I thought. I thought you were gonna have a big titty fucking golem. It's not my fault.
No, that will be my statue for my headquarters, but if we could make that one say positive phrases, can we also make my golem say
No.
positive phrases?
No, they can't
I would
talk.
like... can it, like, give out an aura of positiveness if it can't talk? And can we name it Stoneheart?
You can definitely name it Stoneheart. It is definitely not a positive thing. I can do malicious, vindictive, and cunning. Definitely can't do positive.
Ooh, cunning may be good because
Just make it smile. It'll be fine.
yeah, smiling and cunning and witty. What's it do?
It protects things.
Like it will protect me? Will it protect my sisterhood? Is it a certain area? Can I take it with me? Will it fit in my pocket?
No, it's enormous. And you probably shouldn't take it out of the Undercroft, as people would have a panic attack.
Do I need to set a room up for it? Does it hang out outside? How have I not seen these things?
Because you don't pay attention, Vanya. You are quite amazingly the most self-centered creature I have ever met. It's quite amazing, actually.
I wouldn't say self-centered. I would say focused on changing the world.
Don't argue with it.
Can I ride it?
Probably, though I wouldn't recommend it. It's made of stone. They're not built for comfort.
Well, maybe I could sew like some padding on the area that I ride.
Reza just has her face buried in her hands at this point, and her shoulders are shaking, and she's making sound, but you can't tell if it's laughter or tears.
So when can I expect this golem?
Depends on how ugly you want it.
Well, I want it to bring me joy. I don't think I want it that ugly.
It's more there to protect your interests. Your little house. Your cauldron.
Yes. Below. This will not be seen by anyone but us.
Can we still, like, I thought it was a good idea that Dorian had to, can it smile?
Could have a perpetual smile, I guess, yes.
I could carve a smile into your Vanya statue with the big boobs for your people.
It doesn't have a smile already. I wanted it to be.
I haven't finished the face yet because I have trouble with noses, okay? I accidentally hack them off all the time, and I was saving it for last.
Listen. It's better to go with a bit of a neutral or disapproving of, because, the people who, not an accusation, but the people who are more drawn to what you're doing, they respond better to disapproval. They want to prove themselves.
Maybe a slight smirk, that like an upward, like maybe my right side of my lip just kind of
more like a sneer, maybe. Dorian has worked his way around the arena, just talking to people,
Yep.
and he's just back.
Weird. Vanya, can you sneer? And everybody's just looking at Vanya now.
Just imagine you smell something funny.
Oh,
like
I'm glad that you brought that up because
like sulfur or chloroform.
Everything is smelling, except for there are some exceptions where there are some things that smell really good. But I don't know if we're not gonna go into it. But there are some bad smells.
Smell it. Right down.
Ugh.
And then he's gonna just look at her, and her expression of like smelling this distastefully, it's like That right there, that's perfection. If you want that on statue, that's it right there.
But I want my statue to be inviting. I want people to come up and hug my statue. Rub it for good luck.
You should want people to beg before your statue for its approval because it's disgusted. Because they smell like vinegar.
I'm not certain we have the same leadership
Make
vision,
them
Dorian.
beg.
No?
Fine, if you want subpar followers, that's on you.
She looks around and she's just kind of like, Dorian, have you been through my program about positivity?
Have you realized the dark bleakness of the world and the fact that it is a vacuous void of nothing? And you need those who are truly committed. Those who would gather up the ashes as everything burns away before you.
Well, I mean, it's what matters is how you rise after all of that. It's, you know, not that you're burning things to ashes.
Everything burns.
Especially if you light it on fire.
He's going to put his hand on the table and just looking at Vanya.
She's gonna gulp.
Everything burns. Those who mine the ashes are the ones who are truly worth your time.
No.
He's got my vote.
No, the only true failure is when you stop learning from your losses, so you have not taken it a step
tablecloth
further.
is catching fire.
Yeah.
But you need to learn from the tablecloth catching fire. Like, what happened to make the tablecloth catch fire? Were you flailing your arms? Did you not have some kind of
steadiness.
safety?
It's stagnant. It failed to change. It did not yield. It did not adapt. It did not bend. It broke.
Okay, so
If they do not bend, break them.
But we can learn from that and
They can
strengthen
learn
the
or they can
next
die.
tablecloth.
Are people starting to look at the intensity of this conversation and the flames?
At this point, as the tablecloth is starting to catch fire, there would certainly be a few heads turning.
Piddly little fire. Okay, it's a piddly little fire.
Reza snuffs it out with prestidigitation and says, "Not here, either of you, children."
I just wanted to have a little bit of fun with fire, but no.
And he looks at Reza. I was on your side, though.
I appreciate that, but there's a time and a place for setting tablecloths on fire.
And he's going to look back at Bargain Bin Rogue, and he's going to just be like, very well, do as you wish. But no, it could have been better.
Well, now I've learned, and I'm going to strengthen this tablecloth.
I don't think anybody's learned anything right now. Do I need to send the two of you to your bedrooms?
I refuse. I'm a grown man.
Then behave like one.
Can I just point out?
I am behaving like one. Look at me.
Eyes
He's
and
gonna throw his
out.
arms to the side.
Eyes are
can I
starting
just
to
point
look.
out-
Go on, Vanya.
Oh, good. I was like, can I just point out, like, over this last 6 months, I've been learning High Soulman from him, and every session has ended this way. Every session.
Let this be a lesson to you, then. It's never good enough. You must keep striving.
If you don't rein in the intensity of your conversation, dear, you'll undo all the networking that you just did. So, rein
think
it
I
in
am.
a little bit.
No,
Yes,
I've seen
be
through their
honest.
thinking. It's fine.
Just be honest, not brutal.
It's brutally honest. What I mean,
Honest, but
It's
not
fair.
brutal. Everything is brutal. Did you know that flour combusts if exposed to flame?
I feel like I've been too much of an influence here, and I am regretting some of my life choices.
Should we be fearful that things are gonna start randomly catching on fire when Dorian's upset?
Sorry.
Good. Fear is the appropriate response.
Oh, I don't fear you, Dorian. I fear your actions. Or is that fearing you?
Yes. Keep your sisters in line and we will do fine. But they must mind the flames.
Guys, did he just threaten to burn down my sisterhood?
The first few sisters who got too handsy found out.
Wait, why are you just now telling me this? My sisterhood got handsy with you?
It didn't seem like an issue because they turned to briquettes. It was a learning experience for everyone, including them, especially them, actually.
I'm glad that you're
Oh,
learning
dear.
from mistake. What is going on?
It was not a mistake. It was their mistake.
Reza just leans
Let
over
them
to Cypher and is like,
Don't look at the sun, unless you wish to be blinded.
"We've got a 6-foot-tall man-child."
Cypher's got a glass.
He has
out
the
with-
entire... Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, Cypher's got a glass out with 2 jars. One's got water and one's got oil. And he's mixing them and he's like, yeah, see? Oil and water, they just don't mix.
Just don't know why my sisters are touching him. Why were you with my sister? Listen, we'll talk about this later. Because
A man has needs, and a student has need of discipline.
Garrett, as the
Oh, God.
benefactor, I request.
Don't involve Garrett!
No, I request that Dorian
No!
not visit my sisterhood anymore.
You have exceeded the chain of command. And he's going to just slightly move over here, and he's going to, like, almost like he's blocking Garrett. I am the wall upon which the tides crash. I am the stone.
Are you pouting?
Oh,
Have you been drinking?
yes.
Oh.
Very obviously, through the entire evening. Also unrelated.
Yeah, we can't. He's corrupting my sisterhood. This can't go on anymore, Garrett.
I'm calling the Sisterhood of the Weak.
Garrett.
Garrett, you're not saying
Hey.
anything.
He's going to gesture out with his hand like, you don't have to say anything, my lord.
Okay, man. I think discussions like this should be held more in private, not in my premises.
That's what I've been trying to say.
It will be at this moment where, as Garrett motions around the room, the lutes have stopped playing, the harps stop being strung, and all eyes are on this corner of the room.
Everything's very low. Like, they might be looking, but I don't think they could hear anything.
They wouldn't hear
unless
anything. No,
it's
they wouldn't.
like-
No, they wouldn't hear anything. But there's certainly, throwing your arms out to the side. You are not an individual.
Do I realize that they have silence?
Roll me a perception check.
That's gonna be great. But,
Let's go for a DC 13. We'll keep it, middle of the road.
My character sheet is not opening when I hit the open character sheet button.
Just double click your token. That should bring it up as well.
It is not.
Is it on your other monitor, perchance?
It did pop out. 1 second. Honestly, that should probably be disadvantage.
I mean, even so, it's less than a 13. You don't notice. But Garrett certainly is doing something as he steps up. Garrett, what are you up to?
Hang on. Oh, that's much easier. So I walk up onto the raised part where Vern stands. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the Shadowed Circle this evening. We have had fine fights, good drinks, and great company. Please take a gift from me to you, a round for everyone at the bar.
From across the bar, Garrett, very quickly you would see a single head just snap in your direction. That of your new barkeep, Alistair. Eyes wide like saucers, jaw slack for a moment as he begins to slowly understand and just nods. So go on.
No, so I was just moving.
Okay, I'm about to say a chorus of applause rings out, and taking that note, the band off close to the bar begin to play once again, and everyone begins to surge away from the pit back towards the bar as Alistair, Valentina, and Cassandra, who we'll get to another time as to why and who they are, begin to grab drinks and start to ply the masses with booze. Anything further you wish to do there, Garrett, or are you good?
No, I've diffused everything, so...
Yeah. Dorian, Cypher, Reza, Vanya.
Well, Vanya's had enough, and she's gonna start storming off. But as she storms off, she's like, "Well, I'll make sure that my sisters know how to defend themselves," and then she's going to just head off to her room.
All right, Vanya, you depart. The remaining three.
Reza just kind of sits back in her chair and sort of recomposes herself. And she will be staying in the Undercroft until the last person leaves.
All right. Cypher, anything else you wish to add before departing?
No, Cypher's gonna just gently place his hand in the small of Dorian's back and be, "Come along, we'll have a chat elsewhere, shall we?" He's gonna steer him to the underground.
Are you on her side?
No.
Very well.
Very good.
We'll continue this outside of the public eye.
So I would imagine Cypher.
Cypher's gonna try and deal with a drunken Dorian.
So, worth noting, anything Cypher does, Dorian just complies with because he does not want to cause him any kind of unrest.
So like a teenager being led out of the room. Cypher and Dorian depart.
More like a owner with its pit bull.
Love it. Excellent. Which, with Reza staying behind, that leaves Garrett. What's Garrett's plan for the rest of opening hours?
I'm gonna have a little chat with Vern, see how the betting went. See if we made any money.
Roll me 2d20. So, as you make your way up to, let's for the moment get
Holy
rid
shit.
of, get rid of some of these peeps down below, as they are.
All Gert does is win.
At this point, Scar's just sat on the central chair, a small book in hand as he flicks through the pages every now and again. On top of the podium at the far end of the arena, Vern taps a large pouch of coin. And as he jumps down off the stool he was using to give himself some elevation, he hoists this small pouch in front of you, Garrett. Well, look at that. Jingles it. It's a lot of silver. Oh, I mean, just at the old weight, I would say, I don't know, maybe combined, probably looking at about 24 gold plus. And he reaches into his pouch, takes out the 3 gold coin. Handler, 3 gold coin for the meat upstairs. God, remind me not to eat the fucking stew. So, 27. 20, I dare say, and he shakes the bag once again. Equates weight-wise, yeah, I'd say about 27 gold coins if we can convert it all. That's a lot of silver. So you might want to keep it. Not bad for a quiet day, eh, boss?
Not bad at all.
Granted, on top of what the big lass, how much did she pay to rent out the venue? Because that could have been cheap.
I did her a deal. I gave her a reduced price. But now she knows she can get a good fight here for her people. She'll be back. And regularly, I feel.
Yeah.
The fact that I can heal them afterwards with the potions.
Hey, well, see, that's the thing, right? Luckily, I mean, actually, he did get a bit of a scrape, didn't he? Yeah, I can't remember whether I told them about the cache of fucking potions or not, but if they did take one, it's part of the price. If they didn't, well, and Vern just flashes you 2 thumbs up.
I think the armor took the most of it. He might have a bruise on his ass from falling on the floor.
Yeah, I didn't reckon much to the old goat fuckers, but hey, first time I've seen one. Different. It certainly, I think that's why we got, and Vern jingles the coin pouch again. I think that's why we got so much, to be honest with you, on a quiet night, is people were expecting, they threw loads of money for the goats. You say that, the old stories of the goatkin coming in the night and snatching children are here to fight. Well, people were hand over fist just throwing coin all over the place.
They did used to be a problem.
Obviously. Oh, well. Bit of an anticlimax. But, I mean, either that or they were scary and fucking Madame's fucking gladiators were not as green as she said they were. Either way, we're the house. Therefore, we win.
Indeed we do.
Always wins.
Why don't you and your pal down there get some drinks on me, and I fish out a gold coin and flick it to Vern.
like a raccoon on trash, his hand just snatches the coin mid-air, offers a bow of the head respectfully towards you, Garrett, and then jumps off of the banister onto Skarn's shoulder as he starts slapping Skarn on the back of the head. Hey! Hey, hey, hey! To the bar, my faithful steed. And what could only sound like horrific growling from Skarn in Draconic, you just see Vern just, oh, give over, just fucking go. Before Skarn closes his book, puts it back on the chair. And
like, I am no locomotion, you little one. Do not vex me during my reading time.
That's the impression you get, but eventually, begrudgingly, Skarn just begins to trudge with Vern on his shoulder in the direction of the bar. And I think it's there. We'll call the end of session 1.
It's good to be back.
It's fucking to be back.
It's good to be back.
Oh.
Also,
Chat.
fucking drunken Dorian.
I did not have that on my bingo card for tonight. I'm not going to lie.
No, I nearly peed a little bit.
Oh, that's great.
Vanya wasn't expecting it either.
Well, you know, I don't think I'll be visiting any sinks. I'm not. I'm definitely feeling it, but I'm not super fucked up or anything. So,
It was good.
It was
That
me,
was
so-
good shit.
yeah.
That was brilliant.
I hope it was more enjoyable than annoying.
Oh, absolutely. It wasn't
No, it
annoying
was
at all.
I was wetting myself.
It was
So
perfect.
It adds to the storyline now.
Well, so this is the thing from my point of view as DM. It's like you've both got the same goal in mind. Both of you have, you know, in black and white, there's both the same goal there. You both want kind of the same thing. It's just two completely different ways of doing it.
One person wants to tell one that they're great as they are and be happy. And one person wants to blaze a trail, quite literally.
Yeah.
Good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, I did not have Drunken Dorian on my card tonight, and I enjoyed that. That was freaking brilliant. Oh well, yeah. Everyone, thank you very much. It's good to be back. Did you enjoy the little fight between, just to add a bit of?
Honestly, the dichotomy between the conversation and the goat men fighting the bone breakers was really cool.
Yeah.
Good. That was kind of what I was hoping for when I thought that. Like, you
We
know.
were like, one round of the fight, and then you're like, put back to the conversation. It was like watching a Quentin Tarantino film.
Good. But you know, I sort of hope it shows just how disconnected you guys are from, you know, what's pretty much now an everyday occurrence in the Shadow Circle. You know, these pit fights are brutal. They are awful. They are just. It's a gambler's dream there, but
It pits people who are trained combatants that that's what they live for and that's what they want versus people who are far-flung and just existing. In the case of the Goatmen, which is weird, because it's the Goatmen are beastmen who are just trying to live versus people who are trained combatants who are killing them for sport, basically. Even with +1, they are honestly, even with the group tactics and the sneak attack, it just goes to show that it's basically just the hubris of the people of Nova Stoya enjoying these fights, and we're all preying on it and we're enjoying it. But it is very dark.
It is. It is. When you the moral implications. But anyway, with that said, thank you for joining me. Hope everyone enjoyed it as much as I did. Any closing statements?
As we go, fucking roll that fucking opening up for anybody that missed it. That yeah,
roll the intro.
That animation is like
All right.
10 out of 10.
I'll re-roll the intro for us on the
roll the intro
closing.
and goodbye, chat. You're welcome.
Bye,
Bye,
chat.
chat.
Bye.
I'm waiting till the end.
It is the end.
Is it?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Truly.
It truly is.
Oh, sweet sorrow.
Don't be a bitch.
Goodbye.
Don't, just fucking no. Come on.
Listen, Chan.
Don't
see
blue
you
ball me
next
like this.
time on Pariahs. And also, if you are listening and you have not already followed or subscribed, do so now because you are missing out if you don't. Don't be a bitch.
You heard the man. Don't be a bitch. On that, I'm muting you. Bye. Everyone, thank you very much once again for joining us. I'm going to flick it over to the logo screen for the minute while I waffle out the usual bits and pieces. Oh, good lord. Ravon, my dude, thank you for those 7 months. I'm lying to you. For those 12 months, for that year resub. Appreciate it, Ravon. Thank you. Steel coming in with the 65-month tier 3. You mad bastard. Thank you. Lucius, 57-month. Appreciate it. Jump, 46-month tier 2. Thank you, Vanya. Lee, 54-month. Hello, Darkness, my old friend. I know. Durs coming in with the 42 months. It keeps on going. Callie with the 50-month resub. Shade with the 39-month resub. Scobsu with the 63-month resub. And then Ravon just showering me with bitties. Thank you. Callie gifted subs to Yeti. Lucius gifted subs to Judgy DM. And then last but not least, Elm. Thank you very much for the raid. But yeah, with that, folks, I'm going to close us out with the intro video, or outro video, I guess, and I will see you all next Sunday for episode 2 of season 2 of Pariahs. And ta-ta for now.